yung kadiwa, pero without corn. So para we have, and then if there are questions with respect to competition issues, the PCC is here as our resource person. So, Mr. Chair, on the part of, well,
Suspended lang tayo.
yeah, suspended. This meeting of the committee, of the joint committees on the Murang Pagkain super committees hereby resume. At this point, may I call on my first? I would like to recognize my co-chair, the most able chairman of the Committee on Food, Agriculture, and Food of Quezon, Chairman Inverga. And at this point, may I call on Assistant Minority Leader Magsino, OFW number 83, to lead us in a prayer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Siyempre, number 83, OFW Party List po, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino. Let us put our hands together and let us pray. Lord, eternal God, we are about to begin our meeting, and we do so with the awareness that without your divine presence here at the center of the meeting and also within ourselves, our work will be empty. Grace us with your wisdom and vision. Gift us with holy humor and humility so that not only this meeting, but all our lives may be a meeting place for your kingdom. We ask this through Christ our Lord, Jesus Christ, who lives with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. On my part, I will eschew my opening remarks, but I don't know whether I would give my co-chair, Chairman Inverga, for his opening remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have not prepared any opening remarks. Of course, given that there is such a long list of our resource persons, it would be best in our interest to accord them the time, all the time that may be needed. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you again for the acknowledgement, and magandang umaga po sa ating pong lahat.
It is the birthday of our COMSEC baby, but COMSEC baby, please acknowledge our resource persons.
Good morning, Your Honors. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Birthday din kagabi.
Our resource persons for the joint committee this morning are the following. Joining us today, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Caballero, DA High Value Crops, Undersecretary Drusilla Esther Bayate, BIFAR Fisheries, Assistant Secretary Genevieve Belicaria Guevara, BA Legislative Affairs and Department Legislative Liaison Officer and Consumer Affairs. Assistant Director, OIC Assistant Director Ruel Hesmundo, Bureau of Plant Industry. Director Diosamia Sevilla, Bureau of Animal Industry. Director Elizer Salilig from BIFAR. Administrator Larry Lacson from the National Food Authority. Assistant Secretary Agaton Teodoro Uvero from the Department of Trade and Industry. Ms. Rachel Laksa, Philippine Statistics Authority. Dr. Eva Guyena, FNRI. Attorney Mark John Palomar from PPA, Philippine Ports Authority. Attorney Leah Banagi Han from the Cooperative Development Authority, together with Ms. Daniel Victoria Garcia. AVP Maria Melissa Bernardo from the Land Bank of the Philippines, and SVP Antonio Owen Maramag from the Department of, from the DBP, Development Bank of the Philippines. Mr. Lionel Tangkangko, Malusog at Matalinong Bata Coalition. Former Administrator Roderico Bioco, from the National Food Authority. Attorney Regidor Karingal, Top Seed Agri-Products Trading. Mr. Ronil Carmona, Pacific Sealand Foods Corporation. Mr. Edwin Mapanaw, Philippine Association of Feed Millers, Inc. Mr. Romualdo Elvira, Philippine Maize. EVP Eric Harina, Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines. Mr. Rosendo So, Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura. Attorney Elias Jose M. Insyong, United Broiler Raisers Association. Miss Genevieve Mapa, E&L Faster Food Imports, Inc. Miss Mary Antoinette Salgado, EL Faster Food Imports, Inc. That would be all for now, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
At this point, may I recognize the PSA for a short presentation. Update on prices of food prices. Update on food prices.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the updates on prices of selected commodities. If I may request the Secretariat to
upload.
flash in the screen.
Mr. Chair, allow me to acknowledge, Mr. Danilo Fausto, Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue. May I recognize, of course, Congressman Nick Briones, a major player in the agriculture sector. Ma'am, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, here are the updates on prices of selected commodities. First, we have the farm gate. In the next slide, please. We have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay or the regular milled rice per kilogram. For December 2024, the latest data available, we have 48.81 pesos per kilo for the retail price, 43.14 pesos per kilo wholesale price, and 20.70 pesos per kilo for the farm gate price. The year-on-year growth rate is negative 9.6% for the farm gate, negative 5.9% for the wholesale, and 0.7% increase in the retail. This is year-on-year, and then month-on-month, we have 2.3% growth rate in the farm gate price of palay, negative 1.7% growth rate in the wholesale price, and negative 0.9% growth rate in the retail price. This is for the regular milled rice. And then
So,
we have
ulitin natin, yung blue,
the blue line, Mr. Chair, is the retail price,
so it's 48.
48.81
Wholesale
pesos.
is
The wholesale price is the green line,
43.
43.14 pesos per kilo, and the orange line is for the farm gate price, 20.70
I'm
pesos.
sure we will not try to explain why mas malaki yung bagsak ng farm gate. But at least we're seeing sa retail and wholesale.
Yeah.
Wala man rason, no? Kasi it's not even harvest season.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathered
Okay na,
from
sige,
the field
diretso lang.
office.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's all?
For the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and the retail price for the well-milled rice. So we have 54.38 pesos per kilo retail price for the well-milled rice with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and negative 9.6, negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 1% year-on-year growth rate. And then we have 47.08 pesos per kilo wholesale price with negative 1.4 month-on-month growth rate and negative 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And then for the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and special rice. So for special rice, we have 63.42 pesos per kilogram this December 2024.
Is that DT8? That's DT8, no?
Again, Mr. Chair.
The DT8. The premium rice.
Yes, Mr. Chair, special rice. We have 63.42 pesos per kilo in December 2024 with negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 0.5% year-on-year growth rate. For the next slide, we have the farm gate price, wholesale price, and retail price.
Sus! Di mamahal ang baboy.
This is for corn, Mr. Chair, corn, white
Kaya
corn.
nga, 70% ng baboy is mais.
So for the retail price, we have 60.06 pesos per kilogram in December 2024. And then for the wholesale price, 18.02 pesos. And for the farm gate price, 13.61 pesos per kilogram. The growth rates are shown in the screen. Next slide, we have the farm gate and retail prices of pork or hog per kilogram. For the retail price of fresh pork, meat with bones, 1 kilo, we have 296.31 pesos per kilo in December 2024 with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And for the farm gate price, we have 182.71 pesos per kilogram in December 2024 with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.8% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have the farm gate and retail prices of chicken per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 218.75 pesos per kilo of fresh chicken whole, 1 kilogram. This is retail, the blue line, and then we have the orange line for the farm gate price of chicken broiler. We have 141.89 pesos per kilo.
Mas stable siya.
And for the growth rates, we have 2.2% increase in the farm gate price month-on-month and 8.4% increase year-on-year. And for the retail, we have negative 0.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the farm gate and retail prices of beef or cattle per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 346.84 pesos per kilo of fresh beef, meat with bones. And then for the farm gate price, cattle for slaughter, we have 195.11 per kilo. And for the growth rates in the farm gate price, we have negative 9.7% decrease. And then For the retail price, we have 0.3% or minimal increase month-on-month, and year-on-year both increased with 1.5% in the farm gate and 2.6% in the retail price. Next is the retail price of garlic per kilogram. We have 162.96 pesos retail price in December 2024 with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the retail price of onion, red Creole, per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 129.83 pesos per kilo retail price with 1.8% month-on-month growth rate and negative 37% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have retail price of round scad or galunggong per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 210.81 pesos per kilo of galunggong with 0.8% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate in the retail price. And lastly, for the prices, we have the retail price of chicken egg per piece. In December 2024,
Oy,
chicken...
Nick, yung mga itlog mo, nagiging mahal. Kaya ka pala umalis. Mananagot ka dyan. Uy. Yeah, please continue. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In December 2024, the chicken egg per piece is worth 9.22 pesos per piece with 0.2% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And as requested this morning, we also have the inflation rates in the Philippines. In December 2024, we have 2.9% inflation rates for the all items. This is higher than the November 2024 inflation rate of 2.5%. And then for food items, we have 3.5% inflation in December 2024. This is the same as in the November 2024 inflation for food. And for the annual 2024, we have 3.2% annual average inflation for 2024 at all items and 4.5% for the food. And in the next slide, for the food groups, we have for cereals and cereal products, 11.9% annual inflation and 1.3% December 2024 inflation. This consists rice, corn, flour, bread, pasta products, and starches. And then we have the meat and other parts of slaughtered land animals. This contains poultry or chicken, beef, and pork. Annual, we have 2.7% inflation, and in December 2024, 4.9% inflation. And then fish and other seafood, we have negative 0.3% annual inflation for 2024 and 1% December 2024 inflation. Milk, other dairy products, and eggs, we have 2.8% annual inflation and 2.4% December 2024 inflation.
before you move, so what, back, yung 14.2% na vegetables, dahil lang ba yan dahil maulan? Natutunaw yung pechay?
Again, Mr. Chair.
Bakit 14.2? That stares you in the face.
In the next, in slide 16, Mr. Chair, yung details po ng vegetables. If we could show.
Can
slide,
you show? Can we jump to that?
Slide
Nana?
16, please. For the vegetable, Mr. Chair, ito po yung ating mga commodity or detailed. So, ang pinakamalaki po dyan is
Kamatis.
tomato. In December 2024, tomato has 120.8% inflation.
You don't need to explain yung, under the PSA ba, is there any attempt to explain that? No more na?
Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathering and price collection po. So,
Sino
in the
mag-explain yan? Ano ito? Ching, bakit yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, magandang umaga po. Malaki po talaga yung spike. It has even reached 300 pesos at that time. As we were explaining last hearing, there were two instances, if you remember, Mr. Chair, bago po magkabagyo, nagtapon doon sa NVAT. There were several truckloads. But that was a transaction na hindi na-consummate. The farmers were saying that there was an order dito, hindi dumating yung buyer.
Yung
So
buyer.
tinapon nila, oo, nagtapon sila. Then came the typhoons. There were 6 typhoons at that time. So yun naman ang apektado yung sa harvest nila. The high perishability
That's counterintuitive. Yung isa, pampababa presyo.
Bago po,
Yung isa naman, pampataas
Yes,
presyo.
sir.
So, alin dun sa dalawa?
Yung una po, bago dumating ang bagyo,
Yan, yung tinapon nila.
Yun ang tinapon
Ibig
nila.
sabihin, babagsak presyo. Oo.
mababa ang presyo nun.
O, syempre.
Oo, so it would be it's not
It's
financially
okay.
viable.
But what I want to know is, bakit pumutok?
Opo. If you remember, sir, 6 na
So,
bagyo yung...
is bagyo, yung 6 na
Opo.
bagyo.
So, ang ginagawa po natin ngayong intervention, yung pag-set up ng mga nurseries para meron ng planting materials na ipapamigay, hindi na buto, and then yung inclusion ng greenhouses, so they can produce 6 times.
How many greenhouses have you,
Our budget was slashed for that greenhouse, but the secretary is trying to look for funding, 3 billion.
Magkano na lang greenhouse?
Meron pong low-end na greenhouse, umaabot yan ng less than 1 million. But the one that is being
Is
established
there a
by...
greenhouse that is typhoon resistant?
Yes, sir. There are models that's being established by COICA. 6 of that in Region
Benguet?
6. It's still to be implemented po. But
Northern
the one
Ilo-
in Region 4A in Siniloan and
That's Region 4.
Opo, merong mga support po kasi na binigay sa atin through grant. And we have one in Baguio, which is very...
Siniluan, hindi nyo pa itinakbo ng lukban para masaya si chairman.
Sir, sa site selection, meron po. Meron sa Region 4A, sa may baba ng Bundok Arayat.
Are you actively promoting that the greenhouse should be the primary?
For highly perishable vegetables, bell pepper and tomatoes would really be financially viable because they can produce 3, 4, 5 times a year.
Yan yung may temperature control na, may tubig control na, may...
Fertigation po siya. And
Tapos,
then
ilang floors inside?
it's just
One floor?
one floor, but
But din nyo
it's
gayahin yung sa
precision.
Korea. If you go, let's say, from Paris to Amsterdam or you go from Incheon to Seoul, you can immediately see that all the greenhouse there are like multiple floors.
We are looking at those
Bakit one floor
innovations. Well, that's a grant. So
That's
we
a
have
grant.
to work on the design of the project that took off from the
Anyway,
Baguio
thank
model.
You. Thank you. So let's go back to PSA and finish, and so we can jump to rice and then back to FNRI. Meron ka pa ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung
just-
kamatis, yung yan.
Yes, so aside from tomato with 120.8% inflation in December, we also have chili with 13.5 and cabbage 37.9%. Those are the vegetables with high inflation. But you could also notice the onion and shallots, we have negative 34.7% inflation.
HBCC ka, bakit, why are they going in different directions? Yung isa pabagsak, 35. Yung isa paakyat, 121. So I don't know, why isn't there, so there is no such thing as a class of products that should have at least one, not unidirectional, pero not this like na they're going. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. On the onions and shallots, fresh or chilled, it should be considered that DDA has funded several cold storages. And these cold
so
storages
yung
were
cold
able to
storage na nagpababa.
contain. Opo.
Tapos,
On the Kasi ito yung onions and shallots. For tubers, plantains and cooking bananas, some of the information that we got in Mindanao, they are, I don't understand though the decrease in price because when you go to the market, it's quite mahal. But we'll check
Lionel?
on the tubers, Mr. Chair, no?
Lionel,
Because
can you sit down here? Lionel, the valedictorian, summa cum laude Bataneo, where are you? Lionel, do you have a theory for this? Because Lionel says planters' intention are determined by government support. So obviously, if prices go up, it's because they're not planting because there's no government support.
I'll have to look at the data, Mr. Chair, but happy to help the committee check po.
Oh, can you just check that? Anyway, thank you.
yeah, for bananas, it must be noted that there were challenges.
But that's more international.
Yes, sir. These are the Saba variety because cooking bananas is generally the Saba variety. This might be affected by, I don't know if it's an oversupply, but we have noted, Mr. Chair, that
So,
Nueva Vizcaya is
So,
also.
sinasabi mo, kinat yung budget nyo. Kaya, para sa akin, that is the only theory that matters. Planters' intention is determined by government support. And therefore, no government support means less supply and therefore higher prices. I live by very simple, So, how much are you asking government for?
Well, we asked for.
Magkano ba inislas ng Congress?
We asked for 14 billion, sir, for 60 plus commodities, plus the innovations.
So yung 14
we
ilan
only
ang
got 3 billion.
3 billion. So
Yes,
kami
sir,
may
3.2 po.
kasalanan.
Well, that included also our funding for coffee. We're
So
supposed
you want to sit down here na lang? And
No, sir.
I
We're
question
trying
you.
our best to live with the budget that we have. There are some
Tuturuan
technologies.
ko kayo kung paano makakuha ng additional budget.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair, for
We
this.
will identify savings and then we can augment. Basta may bahay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Thank
so
you po.
now, are you finished, PSA? More or less.
Mr. Chair, just the meat po. One last slide po.
Okay, one last slide.
In
Parang
slide
kanta.
15, please.
Okay?
This is for the details of the meat. We have meat of bovine
Oh,
animals.
very stable. Congratulations to the importers and local producers. So, ibig sabihin, hindi sila affected ng ASW, tsaka ng ASF, tsaka AI. Looks like, have we stabilized? Who is in charge of meat in But we will go to the meat later. How can the prices be stable when corn prices are rising like shit? So who is in charge? DA? DA Livestock? Bai? Where's Bai? Okay. Can you please summon, I don't want to issue a subpoena. Can you summon, the Bai? Bai is here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes. Our director is here. Thank you.
Sorry. Papasupina pa sana kita. Bago ba siya?
Maybe 6 months siguro.
6 months pa lang. Uy, huwag ka matakot Hindi lang kita nakita So, yung ASF tsaka AI, hindi na problema?
Ongoing, yes, good morning po, Mr. Chair. For our hog and poultry, sir, ongoing pa rin po yung ating control and prevention po for our
The
African swine
prices
fever.
look like you're doing your job. But I don't know whether it will subsist given that the corn group here, their prices are shooting like hell. Anyway, are you finished, PSA?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank
Anyway,
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify the data presented earlier?
can you
Uh,
bring it back?
Ma'am, your data is based on both on local and imports. Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, yung amin pong price collection is in the market for the retail price. So we are not in control kung imported or local. But
Okay.
yes, it could be
Sige,
both.
thank you.
Okay, now we go to DA. Who is in charge of rice? Sir, just an update on the rice prices, but we've seen the rice prices are going down a bit. But what are the actions taken to sustain the affordability of rice? So, tatlo lang sir ang sinasabi nyo eh. May I recognize, isa ang governor ninyo, Congressman Arman Panaligan. Mukhang there's now unity ticket in Oriental Mindoro. No. Lahat kayo, di ba? Si RGB, ikaw, si isa yung... Anyway, sir. No, the Kadiwa, the NIA, rice contracting, and NFA, flashing out.
Sir, for Kadiwa, I'll request our Consumer Affairs group to
Okay,
discuss the Kadiwa.
please answer that. Bebang ba? Nakailan ka na roll out? Sabi mo 1.5. Nakailan ka na sa 1.5?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, to my fellow workers also in government, good morning, and also to the committee, good morning. As to the 1,500 chair, that is our target for
I know, how many na?
2020. As of
43.
now, we had 109 Kadiwa centers.
All in NCR.
All in NCR, but we have additional 23 for the
How much
markets.
are you selling rice there?
We have different varieties now, but for the rice for all, we are selling it at 38
38.
pesos.
Baka pwede mo naman kahit papaano, out of the 102, pick up price o PSA. Mapababa man lang. You don't do any kadiwa, no?
Mr. Chair, we are ongoing process of the rebasing for
Kasi
our
there are 102
inflation.
pick-up points, which you average, right? So there's no kadiwa there.
Not yet, Mr. Chair, but we are considering for the updating that we are
Okay, that's
doing this
good.
year.
Panahon ni Gloria, kalat talaga. Because ako may pakana noon eh. Buy at 28, sell at 18. Anyway, so, asa na si NFA? Galit na galit sa iyo si Janet dahil nangako ka daw na 1.5 million tapos ilan na ba binuhos mo sa merkado? Nipi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung sa Kadiwa po na
Hindi, huwag
nilalabas-
nang kadiwa ikaw.
Sa ngayon po, wala pong calamities, wala tayong nire-release.
Yes.
Yes, yun, may I be clarified, Mr. Chair? Because there are pronouncements already made that the DA has already agreed that there is an emergency situation. So, yun yung gagamitin mo, admin, di ba, para malabas natin yung stock. So, may we request, Mr. Chair, for an update can you simulate kung anong mangyayari sa mga darating na panahon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If in case ma-declare na po yung food security emergencies, then we can unload our stocks na, whether it's regular stocks or aging stocks. So sa ngayon, ang total stocks natin na nationwide, nag-increase na tayo, naging 761,207 bags or sako ng bigas available. And we are continuously milling. Sa ngayon po, inaantay lang namin yung declaration po ng food security emergency.
So admin, pag lumabas, Mr. Chair, pag lumabas sa merkado to, magkano natin ibebenta yung stocks natin?
Yun pong sa aging stocks natin, it will still be the same at 29 pesos. Yun po. And for the regular stocks
Ilan
po
yun?
natin,
Ilan?
Ilan yung aging po? Nasa 300, more or less 300,000 bags sa ngayon.
Konti naman yan.
Meron hong 400 plus, almost 500,000 bags for the regular stocks na pwedeng ilabas at 38 pesos din per kilo.
30. This will be limited to the Kadiwa centers and LGUs.
And LGUs po.
Okay. Then, sa LGU, bahala sila sa price din, ano?
Pwede
They have the
po,
liberty to-
pwede
to
po
send-
siguro silang mag-recover ng cost.
Oo. So, at cost siguro. Para, Mr. Chair, we have the privilege once again to be joined by the Honorable Chair of the Committee on
I hope she's
Appropriations.
in a good mood after yesterday. Yeah, but you're prettier when you're angry. So you don't have any question with with NFA not doing anything?
After the two gentlemen.
Hindi niyo ba yan basta-basta mapirmahan? We've been losing momentum against then papasok na naman yung bagong mga pressure.
Mr. Chair, just a very brief interjection, follow-up dun sa point na ni-raise ng
Yeah,
ating
you're recognized,
administrator.
sir.
So, in the event that the food emergency declaration is released, ilang bags
2 weeks.
ang dapat i-release sa NFA to make a difference in the price?
Yung Kadiwa, pero without corn. So para we have, and then if there are questions with respect to competition issues, the PCC is here as our resource person. So, Mr. Chair, on the part of,
Suspended lang tayo.
yeah, suspended. This meeting of the committee, of the joint committees on the Murang Pagkain super committee is hereby resume. At this point, may I call on first, I would like to recognize my co-chair, the most able chairman of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Food of Quezon, Chairman Inverga. And at this point, may I call on Assistant Minority Leader Magsino, OFW number 83, to lead us in a prayer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Siyempre, number 83, OFW Party List po, Congresswoman Marisa Delmar Magsino. Let us put our hands together and let us pray. Lord, eternal God, we are about to begin our meeting, and we do so with the awareness that without your divine presence here at the center of the meeting and also within ourselves, our work will be empty. Grace us with your wisdom and vision. Gift us with holy humor and humility so that not only this meeting, but all our lives may be a meeting place for your kingdom. We ask this through Christ our Lord Jesus Christ, who lives with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, now and forever. Amen.
Thank you. On my part, I will eschew my opening remarks, but I don't know whether I would give my co-chair, Chairman Inverga, for his opening remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have not prepared any opening remarks. Of course, given that there is such a long list of our resource persons, it would be best in our interest to accord them the time, all the time that may be needed. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you again for the acknowledgement, and magandang umaga po sa ating pong lahat.
It is the birthday of our COMSEC baby, but COMSEC baby, please acknowledge our resource persons.
Good morning, Your Honors. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Birthday din kagabi.
Our resource persons for the joint committee this morning are the following. Joining us today, Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Caballero, DA High Value Crops, Undersecretary Drusilla Esther Bayate, BIFAR Fisheries, Assistant Secretary Genevieve Belicaria Guevara, BA Legislative Affairs and Department Legislative Liaison Officer and Consumer Affairs, Assistant Director, OIC Assistant Director Ruel Hesmundo, Bureau of Plant Industry, Director Diosamia Sevilla, Bureau of Animal Industry, Director Elizer Salilig from BIFAR, Administrator Larry Lacson from the National Food Authority, Assistant Secretary Agaton Teodoro Uvero from the Department of Trade and Industry, Ms. Rachel Laksa, Philippine Statistics Authority, Dr. Eva Guyena, FNRI, Attorney Mark John Palomar from PPA, Philippine Ports Authority, Attorney Leah Banagi Han from the Cooperative Development Authority, together with Ms. Daniel Victoria Garcia, AVP Maria Melissa Bernardo from the Land Bank of the Philippines, and SVP Antonio Owen Maramag from the Department of, from the DBP, Development Bank of the Philippines, Mr. Lionel Tangkangko, Malusog at Matalinong Bata Coalition, former Administrator Roderico Bioco from the National Food Authority, Attorney Regidor Karingal, Top Seed Agri-Products Trading, Mr. Ronil Carmona, Pacific Sealand Corporation, Pacific Sealand Foods Corporation, Mr. Edwin Mapanaw, Philippine Association of Feed Millers, Inc., Mr. Romualdo Elvira, Philippine Maize, EVP Eric Harina, Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines, Mr. Rosendo So, Samahang Industriya ng Agrikultura, Attorney Elias Jose M. Insyong, United Broiler Raisers Association, Miss Genevieve Mapa, E&L Faster Food Imports, Inc., Miss Mary Antoinette Salgado, EL Faster Food Imports, Inc. That would be all for now, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
At this point, may I recognize the PSA for a short presentation. Update on prices of food prices. Update on food prices.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be presenting the updates on prices of selected commodities. If I may request the Secretariat to
upload.
flash in the screen.
Mr. Chair, allow me to acknowledge, Mr. Danilo Fausto, Philippine Chamber of Agriculture and Food, Inc. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue. May I recognize, of course, Congressman Nick Briones, a major player in the agriculture sector. Ma'am, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, here are the updates on prices of selected commodities. First, we have the farm gate. In the next slide, please. We have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay or the regular milled rice per kilogram. For December 2024, the latest data available, we have 48.81 pesos per kilo for the retail price, 43.14 pesos per kilo wholesale price, and 20.70 pesos per kilo for the farm gate price. The year-on-year growth rate is negative 9.6% for the farm gate, negative 5.9% for the wholesale, and 0.7% increase in the retail. This is year-on-year, and then month-on-month, we have 2.3% growth rate in the farm gate price of palay, negative 1.7% growth rate in the wholesale price, and negative 0.9% growth rate in the retail price. This is for the regular milled rice. And then
So,
we have
ulitin natin, yung blue,
the blue line, Mr. Chair, is the retail price,
so it's 48.
48.81
Wholesale
pesos.
is
The wholesale price is the green line,
43.
43.14 pesos per kilo, and the orange line is for the farm gate price, 20.70
I'm
pesos.
sure we will not try to explain why mas malaki yung bagsak ng farm gate. But at least we're seeing sa retail and wholesale.
Yeah.
Wala man rason, no? Kasi it's not even harvest season.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathered
Okay na,
from
sige,
the field
diretso lang.
office.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's all?
For the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and the retail price for the well-milled rice. So we have 54.38 pesos per kilo retail price for the well-milled rice with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and negative 9.6, negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 1% year-on-year growth rate. And then we have 47.08 pesos per kilo wholesale price with negative 1.4 month-on-month growth rate and negative 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And then for the next slide, we have the farm gate wholesale and retail prices of palay and special rice. So for special rice, we have 63.42 pesos per kilogram this December 2024.
Is that DT8? That's DT8, no?
Again, Mr. Chair.
The DT8. The premium rice.
Yes, Mr. Chair, special rice. We have 63.42 pesos per kilo in December 2024 with negative 0.5% month-on-month growth rate and 0.5% year-on-year growth rate. For the next slide, we have the farm gate price, wholesale price, and retail price.
Sus! Di mamahal ang baboy.
This is for corn, Mr. Chair, corn, white
Kaya
corn.
nga, 70% ng baboy is mais.
So for the retail price, we have 60.06 pesos per kilogram in December 2024. And then for the wholesale price 18.02 pesos, and for the farm gate price 13.61 pesos per kilogram. The growth rates are shown in the screen. Next slide, we have the farm gate and retail prices of pork or hog per kilogram. For the retail price of fresh pork, meat with bones, 1 kilo, we have 296.31 pesos per kilo in December 2024, with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And for the farm gate price, we have 182.71 pesos per kilogram in December 2024, with 2.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.8% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have the farm gate and retail prices of chicken per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 218.75 pesos per kilo of fresh chicken whole, 1 kilogram. This is retail, the blue line, and then we have the orange line for the farm gate price of chicken broiler. We have 141.89 pesos per kilo. And for the growth rates, we have 2.2% increase in the farm gate price month-on-month and 8.4% increase year-on-year. And for the retail, we have negative 0.3% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the farm gate and retail prices of beef or cattle per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 346.84 pesos per kilo of fresh beef, meat with bones. And then for the farm gate price, cattle for slaughter, we have 195.11 per kilo. And for the growth rates in the farm gate price, we have negative 9.7% decrease. And then for the retail price, we have 0.3% or minimal increase month-on-month. And year-on-year, both increased with 1.5% in the farm gate and 2.6% in the retail price. Next is the retail price of garlic per kilogram. We have 162.96 pesos retail price in December 2024 with 0.9% month-on-month growth rate and 4.2% year-on-year growth rate. Next is the retail price of onion, red Creole, per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 129.83 pesos per kilo retail price with 1.8% month-on-month growth rate and negative 37% year-on-year growth rate. Next, we have retail price of round scad or galunggong per kilogram. In December 2024, we have 210.81 pesos per kilo of galunggong with 0.8% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate in the retail price. And lastly, for the prices, we have the retail price of chicken egg per piece. In December 2024,
Oy, Nick, yung mga itlog mo, nagiging mahal. Kaya ka pala umalis. Mananagot ka dyan. Uy. Yeah, please continue. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. In December 2024, the chicken egg per piece is worth 9.22 pesos per piece with 0.2% month-on-month growth rate and 4.1% year-on-year growth rate. And as requested this morning, we also have the inflation rates in the Philippines. In December 2024, we have 2.9% inflation rates for the all items. This is higher than the November 2024 inflation rate of 2.5%. And then for food items, we have 3.5% inflation in December 2024. This is the same as in the November 2024 inflation for food. And for the annual 2024, we have 3.2% annual average inflation for 2024 at all items and 4.5% for the food. And in the next slide, for the food groups, we have for cereals and cereal products, 11.9% annual inflation and 1.3% December 2024 inflation. This consists rice, corn, flour, bread, pasta products, and starches. And then we have the meat and other parts of slaughtered land animals. This contains poultry or chicken, beef, and pork. Annual, we have 2.7% inflation, and in December 2024, 4.9% inflation. And then fish and other seafood, we have negative 0.3% annual inflation for 2024 and 1% December 2024 inflation. Milk, other dairy products, and eggs, we have 2.8% annual inflation and 2.4% December 2024 inflation.
Before you move, so what, back, yung 14.2% na vegetables, dahil lang ba yan dahil maulan? Natutunaw yung pechay?
Again, Mr. Chair.
Bakit 14.2? That stares you in the face.
In the next, in slide 16, Mr. Chair, yung details po ng vegetables. If we could show.
Can
slide,
you show? Can we jump to that?
Slide
Nana?
16, please. For the vegetable, Mr. Chair, ito po yung ating mga commodity or detailed. So, ang pinakamalaki po dyan is
Kamatis.
tomato. In December 2024, tomato has 120.8% inflation.
You don't need to explain yung, under the PSA ba, is there any attempt to explain that? No more na?
Mr. Chair, this is based on our data gathering and price collection po. So,
Sino
in the
mag-explain yan? And ito. Ching, bakit yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, magandang umaga po. Malaki po talaga yung spike. It has even reached 300 pesos at that time. As we were explaining last hearing, there were two instances, if you remember, Mr. Chair, bago po magkabagyo, nagtapon doon sa NVAT. There were several truckloads. But that was a transaction na hindi na-consummate. The farmers were saying that there was an order dito, hindi dumating yung buyer.
Yung
So
buyer.
tinapon nila, oo, nagtapon sila. Then came the typhoons. There were 6 typhoons at that time. So yun naman ang apektado yung sa harvest nila. The high perishability
That's counterintuitive. Yung isa, pampababa presyo.
Bago po,
yung isa naman, pampataas presyo.
Yes, sir.
So, alin dun sa dalawa?
Yung una po, bago dumating ang bagyo,
Yan, yung tinapon nila.
Yun ang tinapon
Ibig
nila.
sabihin, babagsak presyo. Oo.
mababa ang presyo nun.
O, siyempre.
Oo, so it would be, it's not
It's
financially
okay.
viable. Oo.
What I want to know is, bakit pumutok?
Opo. If you remember, sir, 6 na
So,
bagyo yung...
is bagyo, yung 6 na
Opo.
bagyo.
So, ang ginagawa po natin ngayong intervention, yung pag-set up ng mga nurseries para meron ng planting materials na ipapamigay, hindi na buto. And then, yung inclusion ng greenhouses so they can produce 6 times.
How many greenhouses have you,
Our budget was slashed for that greenhouse, but the secretary is trying to look for funding, 3 billion.
Magkano na lang ang greenhouse?
Meron pong low-end na greenhouse, umaabot yan ng less than 1 million. But the one that is being
Is
established
there a
by...
greenhouse that is typhoon resistant?
Yes, sir. There are models that's being established by COICA. 6 of that in Region
Benguet?
6. It's still to be implemented po. But
Northern
the one
Ilo-
in Region 4A in Siniloan and
That's Region 4.
Opo, merong mga support po kasi na binigay sa atin through grant. And we have one in Baguio, which is very...
Sinilua, hindi nyo pa itinakbo ng lukban para masaya si chairman.
Sir, sa site selection, meron po. Meron sa Region 4A, sa may baba ng Bundok Arayat.
Are you actively promoting that the greenhouse should be the
We-
primary
For highly perishable vegetables, bell pepper and tomatoes would really be financially viable because they can produce 3, 4, 5 times a year.
Yan yung may temperature control na, may tubig control na, may...
Fertigation po siya. And
Tapos,
then
ilang floors inside?
it's just
One floor?
one floor, but
But din
it's
yung gayahin yung sa
precision.
Korea. If you go, let's say, from Paris to Amsterdam or you go from Incheon to Seoul, you can immediately see that all the greenhouse there are like multiple floors.
We are looking at those
Bakit one floor
innovations. Well, that's a grant. So
That's
we
a
have
grant.
to work on the design of the project that took off from the
Anyway,
Baguio
thank
model.
you. Thank you. So let's go back to PSA and finish, and so we can jump to rice and then back to FNRI. Meron ka pa ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yung
just-
kamatis, yung yan.
Yes, so aside from tomato with 120.8% inflation in December, we also have chili with 13.5 and cabbage 37.9%. Those are the vegetables with high inflation. But you could also notice the onion and shallots, we have negative 34.7% inflation.
HBCC ka, bakit, why are they going in different directions? Yung isa pabagsak, 35. Yung isa paakyat, 121. So I don't know, why isn't there, so there is no such thing as a class of products that should have at least one, not unidirectional, pero not this like na they're going. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. On the onions and shallots, fresh or chilled, it should be considered that the DA has funded several cold storages. And these cold
so
storages
yung cold
were able
storage
to
na nagpababa.
contain. Opo.
Tapos,
On the, kasi ito yung onions and shallots. For tubers, plantains and cooking bananas, some of the information that we got in Mindanao, they are, I don't understand though the decrease in price because when you go to the market, it's quite mahal. But we'll check
Lionel?
on the tubers, Mr. Chair. No,
Lionel,
because
can you sit down here? Lionel, the valedictorian, summa cum laude Bataneo, where are you? Lionel, do you have a theory for this? Because Lionel says, planters' intention are determined by government support. So obviously, if prices go up, it's because they're not planting because there's no government support.
I'll have to look at the data, Mr. Chair. But happy to help the committee check po.
Oh, can you just check that? Anyway, thank you.
yeah, for bananas, it must be noted that there were challenges.
But that's more international.
Yes, sir. These are the saba variety because cooking bananas is generally the saba variety. This might be affected by, I don't know if it's an oversupply, but we have noted, Mr. Chair, that Nueva Vizcaya is also...
Sinasabi mo, kinat yung budget nyo. Kaya, para sa akin, that is the only theory that matters. Planters' intention is determined by government support. And therefore, no government support means less supply and therefore higher prices. I live by very simple, So, how much are you asking government for?
Well, we asked for...
Magkano ba inislas ng Congress?
We asked for 14 billion, sir, for 60 plus commodities, plus the innovations.
So yung 14,
we
ano
only
lang
got 3 billion.
3 billion.
Yes,
So kami
sir,
may
3.2 po.
kasalanan.
Well, that included also our funding for coffee.
So
We're supposed
you want to sit down here na lang? And
No, sir.
I question
We're trying
you.
our best to live with the budget that we have. There are some
Tuturuan
technologies.
ko kayo kung paano makakuha ng additional budget.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair, for
We
this.
will identify savings and then we can augment. Basta may bahay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, so
Thank you po.
now, are you finished, PSA? More or less.
Mr. Chair, just the meat po. One last slide po.
Okay, one last slide.
In
Parang
slide
kanta.
15, please.
Okay.
This is for the details of the meat. We have meat of bovine
Oh,
animals.
very stable. Congratulations to the importers and local producers. So, ibig sabihin, hindi sila affected ng ASW, tsaka ng ASF, tsaka AI. Looks like, have we stabilized? Who is in charge of meat in ano? But we will go to the meat later. How can the prices be stable when corn prices are rising like shit? So who is in charge? DA? DA Livestock? Bai? Where's Bai? Okay. Can you please summon, I don't want to issue a subpoena. Can you summon the Bai?
Bai is here, Mr. Chair.
Bai is here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes. Our director is here. Thank you.
Sorry. Papasupina pa sana kita. Bago ba siya?
Medyo, boss. Maybe 6 months siguro.
6 months pa lang. Uy, huwag ka matakot Hindi lang kita nakita So, yung ASF tsaka AI, hindi na problema?
Ongoing, yes, good morning po, Mr. Chair. For our hog and poultry, sir, ongoing pa rin po yung ating control and prevention po for our
The
African swine
prices
fever.
look like you're doing your job. But I don't know whether it will subsist given that the corn group here, their prices are shooting like hell. Anyway, are you finished, PSA?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Anyway,
Mr. Chair, may I just clarify the data presented earlier?
can you
Uh,
bring it back?
Ma'am, your data is based on both on local and imports. Tama ba?
Mr. Chair, yung amin pong price collection is in the market for the retail price. So we are not in control kung imported or local. But
Okay.
yes, it could be
Sige,
both.
thank you.
Okay, now we go to DA. Who's in charge of rice? Sir, just an update on the rice prices, but we've seen the rice prices are going down a bit. But what are the actions taken to sustain the affordability of rice? So, tatlo lang sir ang sinasabi niyo May I recognize, isa ang governor ninyo, Congressman Arman Panaligan. Mukhang there's now unity ticket in Oriental Mindoro. No. Lahat kayo, di ba? Si RGB, ikaw, si isa yung... Anyway, sir. No, the Kadiwa, the NIA, rice contracting, and NFA, flashing out.
Sir, for Kadiwa, I'll request our Consumer Affairs group to
Okay,
discuss the Kadiwa.
please answer that. Bebang ba? Nakailan ka na roll out? Sabi mo 1.5. Nakailan ka na sa 1.5?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, to my fellow workers also in government, good morning, and also to the committee, good morning. As to the 1,500 share, that is our target for
I know, how many na?
2028. As of
43.
now, we had 109 Kadiwa centers.
All in NCR.
All in NCR, but we have additional 23 for the
How much
markets.
are you selling rice there?
We have different varieties now, but for the rice for all, we are selling it at 38
38.
pesos.
Baka pwede mo naman kahit papaano, out of the 102, pick up price o PSA. Mapababa man lang. You don't do any kadiwa, no?
Mr. Chair, we are ongoing process of the rebasing for
Kasi
our
there are 102
inflation.
pickup points, which you average, right? So there's no kadiwa there.
Not yet, Mr. Chair, but we are considering for the updating that we are
Okay, that's
doing this
good.
year.
Panahon ni Gloria, kalat talaga. Because ako may pakana nun eh. Buy at 28, sell at 18. Anyway, so, asa na si NFA? Galit na galit sa iyo si Janet dahil nangako ka daw na 1.5 million tapos ilan na ba binuhos mo sa merkado? Nipi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yung sa kadiwa po na
Hindi, huwag
nilalabas-
nang kadiwa ikaw.
Sa ngayon po, wala pong calamities, wala tayong nire-release.
Put. Yes.
Yes, yun, may I be
Yes,
clarified, Mr. Chair? Because there are pronouncements already made that the DA has already agreed that there is an emergency situation. So, yun yung gagamitin mo, admin, di ba? Para malabas natin yung stock. So, may we request, Mr. Chair, for an update can you simulate kung anong mangyayari sa mga darating na panahon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If in case ma-declare na po yung food security emergencies, then we can unload our stocks na, whether it's regular stocks or aging stocks. So sa ngayon, ang total stocks natin na nationwide, nag-increase na tayo, naging 761,207 bags or sako ng bigas available. And we are continuously milling. Sa ngayon po, inaantay lang namin yung declaration po ng food security emergency.
So, admin, pag lumabas, Mr. Chair, pag lumabas sa merkado to, magkano natin ibebenta yung stocks natin?
Yun pong sa aging stocks natin, it will still be the same at 29 pesos. Yun po. And for the regular stocks
Ilan
po
yun?
natin,
Ilan?
ilan yung aging po? Nasa 300, more or less 300,000 bags sa ngayon.
Konti naman yan.
Meron hong 400 plus, almost 500,000 bags for the regular stocks na pwedeng ilabas at 38 pesos din per kilo.
30. This will be limited to the Kadiwa centers and LGUs.
And LGUs po.
Okay. Then, sa LGU, bahala sila sa price din, ano?
Pwede
They have the
po,
liberty
pwede
to
po
sell?
siguro silang mag-recover ng cost.
Oo. So, at cost siguro. Mr. Chair, we have the privilege once again to be joined by the Honorable Chair of the Committee on
I hope
Appropriations.
she's in a good mood after yesterday. Yeah, but you're prettier when you're angry. So you don't have any question with NFA not doing anything?
After the two gentlemen.
Hindi niyo ba yan basta-basta mapirmahan? We've been losing momentum against papasok na naman yung bagong mga pressure.
Mr. Chair, just a very brief interjection, follow-up dun sa point na ni-raise ng ating
Yeah, you're recognized,
administrator.
sir.
So, in the event that the food emergency declaration is released, ilang bags
2 weeks.
ang dapat i-release sa NFA to make a difference in the price, no? Gaano karami, volume, quantity ng bigas ang dapat ninyong ilabas para magkaroon ng epekto, magkaroon ng bisa yung deklarasyon at makaapekto kayo sa presyo ng bigas sa merkado.
Thank you, Mr.
In your
Chair.
estimate,
Pero I will be very honest, I don't have the expertise kung gaano kalaki yung porsyento na dapat ilabas to influence the price.
Well, dapat alam din natin yan, ano? Dahil walang, baka hindi maging effective yung declaration ng food emergency kung hindi natin alam ang ating ilalabas sa merkado, no? Dapat calculated natin yan at naniniwala ako ng NFA ang mas may expertise sa bagay na yan. Dapat mapag-aralan ninyo yung market, yung movement sa market, ano? Otherwise, baka walang epekto yung pag-declare ng food emergency. So to make an impact para magkaroon ng dent man lang yung declaration of food emergency sa merkado ay dapat ay calculated natin kung gaano karami, no? How many bags of rice ang dapat na ilabas ng NFA. So I think you should do that. And I hope you can report sa amin yan, sa committee, sa sunod na hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We can try our best to calculate that. Pero during the pre-RTL, that's the only time when NFA has the influence sa pricing. Yun po yun. Halos nasa lahat po ng merkado noon ng NFA.
Kaya ngayon ang ating nirevise sa amended rice tarification law para magkaroon ulit ng measure of regulation ang gobyerno, no, through the DA sa usaping ito. Kasi nakita natin no? So I hope that you can come up with a more complete update sa amin sa next meeting. Siguro kahit naman kami recess, meron pa rin sa sipag ng aming chairman ay kahit siguro recess na tatawag pa rin ang hearing yan.
Mga ngampanya din ako.
Mr. Chair.
Sandali lang.
Sige.
Paano ka pagdating ng harvest, paano ka makakabili kung hindi mo naman nabibenta? So, ibig
Tama
sabihin,
po.
so, ibig sabihin, walang sino gumawa ng batas? Tayo, di ba? So, bakit lalagyan mo ng emergency for them to sell? And then you give them buffer stocking, and then Can you speak? We want your wisdom here. So how do you
Mr. Chair.
untie this Gorgon knot?
We actually put in a provision for a 5 billion fund, but that was vetoed.
Vetoed. Okay.
But that was the hope, that in short, it would be the seed fund, and then gagamitin yon every time.
To buy first to buy it at 23.
Exactly, and then gagamitin yon to
refresh also.
exactly to replenish.
But they
etc.
cannot refresh because there is no emergency. Oh my God, what did we do?
No, but then I thought that we broadly defined, there are 3 conditions of emergency, di ba? Either, exactly, at saka meron din extraordinary, yes.
I think at this point, sorry, can you summarize everything, Morales? What is our problem?
FA, considering that they can buy now at 23, yung pinaka-average, so punong-puno sila, they cannot sell sa merkado, makakapaglabas lang sila kung kung aging na yung stocks. It's allowed by RTL. Second, kung may extraordinary circumstances like yung food security emergencies. We can only declare kung mayroong shortage sa supply, which is sa ngayon, hindi naman. Pero second, yung sa prices, yung extraordinary increase in prices. So that's why, but they cannot, on their own, release their stocks to para magkaroon ng pag-ikot sa merkado. Bumibili kami ng bumibili sa mga farmers at a very, shall we call it, parang fair price. Pero nare-release din nila yung stocks. Sa ngayon kasi pag napuno sila, hindi nila may release yun. Unless there's a calamity or merong emergency.
Pero, Mr. Chair, hindi ba, yun ang ina-argue natin, I believe in some previous hearing, that ang expectation kasi, given the tariff reduction, is a certain price.
Yes, ma'am.
Pero ngayon, doble. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's why we are still-
Yun ang sinasabi natin, hindi ba extraordinary ang price ngayon, considering that meron tayong significant tariff reduction. And therefore, we said, hindi ba that should trigger an emergency situation? Yun yung sinasabi natin.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's why nung nagpa-meeting NPCC, maybe the DTI representative can expound on this, na the declaration or recommendation to declare a food security emergency is umiikot na po yung papel. Maybe the DTI representative can expound doon sa
Paikutin mo
status.
pera, ang bilis nun.
Sir?
Pinapaikot nyo kasi papel. Hindi, DTI, asan ka?
Yes, Mr. Chair, briefly lang, just to share lang during the discussions on the RTL here in the House of Representatives, and you say Chris was with us. We set conditions in our version, na kung saan in the event na may emergency situation, government mismo, the national government, we can buy from NFA. From
DA.
DA can buy sa NFA using the fund. So that one, and then kung ubos ang stock, then pwede bumili sa importers sa ports. Di ba? So that was the premise sa House version. Yun sana yung probably, maybe later on we could reconsider siguro. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Then later on, baka siguro learning again from this experience in the future.
So just to summarize, I didn't catch that. Ano pa yung kulang?
Sir, Mr. Chair, we're still waiting for the recommendation from the NPCC
Oh my God.
for the declaration. So, yung paper po kasi, I think umiikot nga. Maybe the DTI can
Ang
explain.
tingin ko kasi, Chair, yung kulang is yung fund,
Yeah,
which we
partly.
attempted to actually do.
But if they can sell, they will have funds.
Yes, but then yung initial, yung seed capital is what we attempted to do.
Yun nga.
We put in, di ba, 5B? Pero na
So they will have to sell, Mr. Chair. What is the
No,
outlook
but
of
the
that
thing is,
siguro?
Mr. Chair, my question is, when you sell, yung proceeds, are you allowed to keep?
Yes.
You're allowed to keep and then use that again as capital?
Yes,
It's a trust
po, Mr.
fund.
Chair. Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Ayun naman at least.
Ah.
So right now, magkano yung balance ng trust fund na yun?
We were given for 2025, 9 billion for
9 billion.
purchase of
Wow.
palay. Meron po.
So right now, yun ang pinapaikot ninyo ng
Yan
working
po yung
capital.
pinambibili natin. Na
So 9 billion is good for how many?
even for the 9 days before, kasi naging 15 days po yung buffer stock, yung 9 billion po ay kulang for the 9 days. Ngayon po naging 15 days, mas lalo pong lumaki yung kulang.
Okay, so 9 billion is worth how many days?
9 billion,
Kulang.
mga
13,892 divided by 360 times 9. Ilan ba yan? Pahingi nga.
kung sa 23 pesos po ang bili natin ng
Huwag ka
palay.
muna dyan. Sa
Ay, sorry po.
quantity ka muna. Can you help me? Wala akong calculator. 14,000 ang kinakain natin. Divided by 365 times 9. Yan ang buffer stock. It's based on consumption. A buffer stock is based on consumption, not on production. Ano?
So anyway, admin, can you just clarify na naging mas malaking problema sa inyo dahil tinaasan nyo rin yung buying price ninyo, di ba?
23 pa rin sila.
Pero nag-30 kayo last year, di ba?
Last year po nag-average po kami ng 27.34. Ngayon po at current price ngayon, nasa 23 kami, but we can increase it up to 30 if need be.
So base is 23.
Base is 23 for clean and dry.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
So, 390,000 metric tons dapat ang hawak mo. Paki-multiply nga yan. Ang layo sa 9 billion yan. Halika nga, magkano yan? 390,000. How much money is that?
Ayan na, Mr. Chair.
Presyo, magkano?
Kailangan po namin ng 14.2 billion
For
for that 9 days. For that
400,000
2B
metric
for 9
tons?
days.
Yes, sir. For the 9 days buffer stock, we need at least 14.2 billion. Na ang binigay po sa amin ay 9 billion.
So, magpapalugi ka, no? Magkano ba palugi mo doon?
Mr. Chair, on the average, 10 pesos per kilo.
You're allowed naman to take losses, di ba?
Sa mandate naman.
Yes po.
Basta dyan, sa Monday. Anyway. Okay, can we close that?
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I will just follow through and finish my interjection po. So, yun ang tanong ko lang, no? How many metric tons or kavans, bags of rice should NFA sell in the market para magkaroon ng impact yung declaration of food emergency? Sana po malaman namin, ano? Although alam nga natin, malaki requirement ninyo, 14.2 billion pesos, ano? Meron kayong 9 billion. Sayang na veto ng presidente yung 5 billion pesos kasi sabi it violates daw the one fund concept, ano? So, we will have to maybe look for funds, ano, elsewhere. Pero paki-compute yon para sa next hearing ma-update ang committee, ano? At second, of course, you are required to buy only from local farmers, di ba? Dahil bawal ang NFA na mag-import, ano? Bawal din ang mag-import unless pag talaga merong acute shortage. So, you are going to buy sa local farmers. So, ito yung tanong ko sa inyo, NFA at saka DA din, can you ensure naman ang DA na merong sapat na ani ngayong kasi dry season ngayon tayo sa ating harvest season ngayon. Do you project, DA, na merong sapat na production, local production ng ating mga magkasaka na pwedeng bilhin ng NFA?
Mr. Chair.
Pakisagot na lang po.
Yes, sir. If the decrease in budget, not almost 10 billion, hindi ibabalik, we are projecting or estimating about 19.2 million metric tons production for 2025. Pero kung maibabalik yon, which the President has the go signal na to make ways paano maibalik yon 10B.
Iba mo yung production support sa
Sir,
NFA.
sa input support kasi sir yung nawala eh. So it will greatly impact doon sa
Planting intentions.
Sa intentions ng mga
Yes.
farmers. So kung hindi may around 20.5 yung in-expect natin production for 2025, which is the highest. Pero sir, it
Di ba
will
pinalayas na natin yung mga importers? Wala na, is there any importer pa dito? Wala na, no? We discharge them because they're not doing anything bad. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Because-
just to reiterate, I had requested 3 importers to be present today.
Okay, that's good. Where are they?
But Comsec, baby, Atara Marketing, can we please be guided if they are present today? Atara Marketing, Top Seed Agri, and Northern Success.
Yeah.
So, can we be updated if they are here? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I bought from them at 37. Anyway, I have a different experience. I thought that they were doing their job.
Just to add to the questions of Kong Panaligan, if I may. I have sorry, this is a
Yes.
basic question. So, right now, yung 9 billion fund natin is good for, it's not even good for 9 days. Yan ang sinasabi po niyo, no? But you don't know exactly how many days.
If there's an emergency.
Sir, you were referring to the palay procurement po, yung
Yes,
9 days?
yes.
Yun pong kailangan natin for palay procurement just to get the 9 days buffer stock.
We need
is
14.
14.2 billion. We were able to secure 9 billion na po.
Okay, so 9 of 14 is, magkano yun? 9 divided by 14, 64% of your requirement.
But they cannot
Times
sell.
9, so it's about, wala pang 6 days. 5.78 days, more or less. So round off, 6 days. Okay. So ang ibig sabihin nun, just in elementary terms, if ginastos ninyo yung 9 billion, kakayanin ninyo punuan ang rice needs ng lahat ng Filipino for 6 days. Yan ang ibig sabihin nun. Okay. So, babalikan natin yung tanong ni Kong Panaligan, kasi maganda yung tanong niya eh. Yung magkano bang kailangan natin na pera so that we can substantially impact on the price. Diba? So, paano natin i-compute yun? Hindi ba we can do it in terms of days? Kasi, if, for example, ubusin natin ang pondo and let's say, if within 6 days ay kaya ninyong i-roll over, di ba? Then you can just keep on, kasi all Filipinos, di ba? Yung lahat ng needs, rice needs ng Filipino for 6 days is kaya mong punuan, right? Tama ba ako? Of course, imposible naman na kaya na at sobrang galing naman ng DA, that it's completely impossible, right? So the question is, how many days needed to fully,
Clarify lang namin sa question, how many days can we fully utilize yung buffer stock ng...
If, for example, we give you a fund for, let's say, 15 days, tapos inubos nyo yun, so every 15 days, nasa-subsidize nyo lahat ng rice needs ng Pinoy, right? Pero ibig sabihin nun, kailangan na procure nyo from the farmer at nabenta nyo lahat in 15 days. In short, nakuha nyo kaagad yung kapital ninyo within 15 days at ready na kayo ulit to procure, which obviously is not possible, right? So,
dagdag ko lang, Mr. Chair, no?
so what is like the full, what is the total number of days needed for a full cycle, in short? To go from procurement to, you get what I mean? To sale and,
Replenishment.
yes, to replenishment. Because hindi ba ganun yung pag-compute, the easy way, so that, of course, that's ideal. Kasi ibig sabihin nun, you want to subsidize all the needs of all Filipinos. And then, of course, if we know what that number is, we can work back and say, we don't naman need to subsidize 100% of Filipinos. Maybe you can say X%, right? So what is that? Kasi this is based on the capacity of DA, di ba?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ganito po, no? In an ideal scenario ng ikot ng stocks, yun pong 15 days, yes, tama po kayo, mai-release natin yan kunwari on a daily basis. For example, after 15 days, mababalik yung pondo, less the subsidy. So yung pondo po natin, pababa ng pababa. So that would mean lesser and lesser yung mabibili natin.
I'll get to that point later. Kasi actually, pwede mo naman ibenta at cost. Pag binenta mo at cost at hindi ka magpapalugi, happy pa rin naman ang Pinoy eh, di ba? Kasi at cost, magkano yun? It's still less than 40 pesos, di ba?
Bebenta nga sila 23.
Hindi kasi right now,
magkano?
allowed sila na magpalugi ng max 10 pesos, di ba? But if hindi ka magpalugi, magbenta ka at zero profit, magkano yung price na yon?
48 pesos per kilo.
48 pa rin.
Because binili po namin yung palay at 27.34.
Okay, let me give an anecdote. Naglalakad lang po ako sa yung pinakamalaking barangay namin, sa Malanday. Nagulat ako na meron isang... Tumira ka doon? Wow, okay.
Mabaha.
Merong magkakatabing retailers nagulat ako, nakakabenta sila ng bigas at 39 pesos. Tinanong ko sila, paano nyo ito nagagawa? And they're able to do it consistently, And na-validate ko, kasi tinanong ko yung mga kapitbahay na binibentahan niya. At hindi lang, dalawa sila. It's a small retailer. Sabi niya, yung isa kumukuha sa Bulacan, yung isa kumukuha sa Nueva Ecija. Yung kumukuha sa Bulacan, mas mataas ng konti. Yung kumukuha sa Bulacan, yun ang 39 kaya niya. So, sabi niya, direktang kausap niya, yung namimiling. So, malaki-laki siyang farmer. Okay? Sabi niya, gano'n lang kasimple. Direkta. In short, parang siyang kadiwa na private. Ganon kasimple ang kanyang konsepto. Sir, hindi siya kadiwa, wala siyang subsidy. Kaya niya magbenta at 39.
Mr. Chair.
Kaya niya, sir, di ba?
Sorry.
So yun, in short, ang naisip ko nga, bakit hindi ninyo nire-reward ang mga ganyang klaseng retailers? Di ba? I mean, sorry, it's a separate issue. But I'm just saying, kung kinakayan nilang maliliit, bakit hindi kaya ng kagawaran na napakalaki?
Mr. Chair.
Okay lang. First, may I recognize Dichetina Pancho. And, short interjection. No?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Huwag kang mag-i-speech, ha?
Hindi po. Tapos na po ako kahapon ng privilege speech, Mr. Chair. Follow up lang po kay Chair Stella. With respect po kasi dun sa supply chain ng ating rice, sinasabi nga natin from the farm gate, di ba? In between yan, dapat direct ito sa retailer natin. And then direct sa end user or sa consumer. So, meron pa po bang middleman na nasa gitna? And that's the very reason kung bakit ang price ay mas tumataas dahil sa markup from farm gate, di ba, to the, dito sa ating middleman. Meron pa po bang ganon? If there is, pwede ho ba nating matanggal yon yung mga middleman para yung supply chain diretsa dito
Morales.
sa retailer tapos sa end user? Ano po ba ang pwede nating maging magawa para ma-address ang issue ng mga middlemen natin?
Mr. Chair, yes ma'am, meron pa rin kasing kaya tumataas yung presyo because of the intermediaries. That's why isa sa priorities ng Masagana Rice Industry Program is to strengthen yung farmer clusters. Kasi kailangan yung buhos ng intervention ng gobyerno sa kanila para imbis na panay na rin yung ibenta nila, makapag-mill sila ng bigas, diretsyo na sila sa market. Yun yung vision na tinutunguhan po ni Secretary na talagang to lessen, kung di ma-eliminate yung nasa middle, to lessen yon para ma-improve yung directly market to farmer clusters na yung approach. That's yun yung goal and vision and objective. Isa sa mga goal and objective ng Secretary po.
Okay. So this has been ongoing na for decades. Marami na hong taon. Hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ho natin medyo nasosolve ito. So hopefully sana masolve na po itong
With
issue na ito.
investments
Very
also
soon.
by the government. Yes, ma'am.
Okay po.
Cristela?
Yes, tatanungin ko lang yung sagot dun sa tanong ko na, simple lang naman di ba? Bakit hindi nyo kayang gawin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unang-una po, yung cost ng palay namin mas mataas dun po sa mga trader at yung mga local players. 27.34 po yung average namin last year. And we are expected sa NFA to buy higher than the traders kasi nga po, suporta sa magsasaka. Unang-una po yun. Dun po ang bulk ng cost namin. Pangalawa po sa operation, ang mga makina po namin ngayon, kanya namin minomodernize, mga luma na po. Okay? So medyo inefficient na. That's why nagmo-modernize po tayo. Pangatlo po.
Di ba sinasubcon nyo yan sa ibang ano?
Meron pong portion nito, mga 70% pinako-contract po. And then, yun pong operating expenses po natin, I'm just assuming, kanya po malaki ang ating gastos, we give all the benefits of the government employees para sa mga empleyado and all, yung pong mga private traders
Pero, wait,
and
allowed kayo bumili ng bigas, right?
hindi po bigas, palay po.
Pero sa RTL amended, hindi, pag emergency nga. Pero right now, emergency na nga, di ba?
Wala man proclamation.
Hindi, malapit na, umiikot na. Because, Guys naman, nakailang hearing na tayo. Nakalimang kinta hearing na tayo. That was the first question that I asked during our first hearing. Na umabsent lang ako.
This
At
6
hindi ko
weeks,
na
this is our
tinanong.
6th week because absent kami last week.
Yes, pero 'di ba, Chair, if I remember correctly, that was my very first question on our first hearing na kailangan nyo nang i-declare na meron tayong emergency because clearly merong extraordinary price levels as a result of the non-translation of the tariff reductions on the current price levels. And this was many weeks ago. Sir, nasusunog na ang pabrika.
Yes, more or
So
less.
anyway, sir, ano ang deadline nyo dyan? Pwede po ba ngayong araw na to, bilangin nyo, sir, kung ilan pang hindi pumipirma. Paki-report po sa amin kung sino ang hindi pa pumipirma.
DTI? Sino ayaw pumirma?
Mr. Chair, good morning. Hindi naman sa ayaw. There were some dun sa mga I think it's more of the wording of those, the formula for declaring extraordinary price to support the declaration.
Sa ilan?
Tapos na yung mga comments. Yun ang medyo maraming comments
But is
kasi.
there consensus
May consensus na.
na merong
yung
extraordinary
Yes,
price
yes.
levels?
Yes.
And ano yung dahilan?
Basically, for the last 1.5 years, there had been that extraordinary price increase that is still present to date. So, ang
Sir
kailangan lang...
naman, huwag na kayong mag-isip. Tignan nyo na lang yung inflation.
Yes.
Nakikita nyo naman na ang contribution ng rice, ang laki-laki. It's higher than our usual 3%.
So-
Sir naman, you don't need to have a PhD to make that analysis. Di ba, sir?
Meron na, Mr. Chair, tapos na yung draft. Umiikot
Sino
nga.
ayaw pumirma?
Wala naman. Yun lang, the usual...
Sino hindi pumipirma?
Sinong hindi pa pumipirma?
Double check ko lang kasi kahapon na finalize yung version na okay na sa lahat. Kasi nga, meron mga, it's more of the wordings kasi dumadaan sa mga, the usual complete staff work of the secretaries na hindi yan pipirma kapag hindi na-review. So, kailangan, that's the bureaucracy of it eh. Dadaan lang dun sa review ng bawat reviewer ng bawat
Sige.
secretary bago.
Sir, in 2 days, lalabas na yan?
Kaya na siguro. Kaya na, Mr. Chair.
O in 48 hours, may lalabas na. In which case, pwede nang bumili ng bigas ang NFA, ang DA. Tama?
From NFA.
DA dun sa amended,
Yeah,
di ba?
how much-
Okay.
DA.
DA pwede, di ba? Pwede na kayong bumili ng bigas.
Pwede na magbenta ang NFA. So, FTI can also buy from NFA, bang?
No, hindi kayo bound to just purchase palay, right?
Tatlo lang. Amas, magkano ang budget mo para makabili sa kanya?
Mr. Chair, meron po kaming binigay na 5B
Okay,
actually.
5B, wag mo nang i-explain. Ikaw, yun na yun. Yung 5B. Yung, ibig sabihin, pinag-usapan dito, 5B.
So, kung yung 9B, 6 days, ang 5B, 3 days, palay lang yun.
Hindi. Bigas.
Bigas
yun.
na yun.
Eh,
Okay, so, but under an emergency, pakilinaw po, medyo mas may flexibility. Ang DA, pwede mag-import, tama? As a last resort. Ang DA pwedeng bumili ng both palay or bigas.
Bigas po, hindi pa na. Bigas.
Pwede bumili ng bigas.
We can import when available supply of locally produced rice is inadequate. But DA ang allowed with the exemption of NFA.
Kasi nga po, bakit ko tinatanong tong bigas? Kasi nga, doon sa example na Sinabi ko sa inyo, kung siya nakakabili nga ng,
37.
obviously, kung nabebenta niya at 39, nabibili niya at what? 35? Bigas na yon, right?
Less than.
O sabihin mong nabibili niya ng how much? 29,
27.
27, 29. Di dapat mabibili niyo rin po at
Oo.
that price. Bigas na. Di ba po? So if at least,
Kaso ipit nga sila dahil hindi man nila ma-refresh.
hindi nila
Refresh.
after they sell,
No, because they will get the cash from selling their stock.
so after they sell, they get the cash and then,
And then they will buy palay again.
no, pero because emergency, they're free to purchase either palay or bigas.
Pag NFA,
Palay. Pero pag DA, pwedeng bigas. Oo nga, pero may flexibility, di ba? Either.
di ka sinama sa BICAM, ano?
Kasama.
NFA is still limited to
Pwedeng
palay,
bigas.
'di ba?
Pwedeng bigas ang DA.
Oh. Pero sa interventions, DA ang bigas. Oo. Pondo will come from DA. So in the proposed probable food security emergency, only NFA will be the one to intervene. Oo. So wala pa yung qualification for importation. Can we get that clarification?
Under the new RTL po, after the
Pwede,
declaration of the food security emergency, the DA can direct me to sell the rice stocks that we have. Hindi po absolute na sila po ang bibili sa amin. Just direct
Correct,
me
yes.
to release it in
LGUs,
the market.
diba? You are targeting LGUs,
LGUs,
DSWD,
Kadiwa,
oo.
anyone except for private sector.
Yes. So, DA, my question to DA now is, wala pa kayo sa level na yon ng importation. Am I correct? Based on the declaration, incoming declaration.
Wala pa, sir. Yes.
Oo. So, Asika Ubero, tama po ba na yun din ang expectation natin?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I suggest i-review ng DA yung wording ng batas, ano? Yung section na tungkol sa mga amendments
tayo.
natin, ano? Section 6, powers of DA. You have enough powers at your disposal. You have enough tools to address this problem. Just be creative, innovative, aggressive, dynamic. You test the limits of the power granted to you by law. Nakalagay dyan, the DA may. The DA may sell existing NFA rice buffer. So tama sinabi ni admin, DA will direct. Di ba? DA will direct NFA. No? So ang magbebenta, DA.
Mr. Chair,
Magsesell, DA. No? Ang bibili sa farmers,
but
DA.
yes,
through
sir.
NFA. Kasi ang NFA ang may network ng buying stations sa buong Pilipinas. Ano? So this is a law na nakalagay klarong-klaro. Just be dynamic and aggressive. No? Parang anemic ang DA.
No, sir. Mr. Chair.
Paggawa,
Sir, we can
use the powers at your disposal. We have given you enough tools.
we can do that provided that there's a food security. So iniintay lang naman natin
Kaya
yung
nga,
food security emergency, sir.
Sabi nga ni Kong Estelle, emergency, papaikuti pang papel. Di ba, pag may sunog, emergency. Magkaparan pa ba yung bombero sa kanya mga superiors
Pwede bang-
bago siya maka umalis sa estasyon, di ba?
So
in
ngayon,
sense of urgency, we've
within
been
2
grappling with this
days-
problem ever since.
Kasi masyado na tayong ano. Within 2 days, makukuha natin yung emergency. Boss, 2 days. No? So, ikaw, magkano ba mabebenta mo? Ilan doon, bulok na bulok na.
Wala naman pong bulok na kasi regular ang ating testing po doon.
So,
Total-
if you can refresh, from which authority does it come from? Because refreshing presupposes that you sold and bought.
Ang refreshing po, once ma-unload namin yung stocks,
So
whether
you
it's...
have an authority to refresh.
Yes, meron po.
So that's virtually selling and buying.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, because your normal losses per kilo is 6 pesos. logistics, plus processing. Tama ba? Naka-built-in na dapat yan, di ba? So sa bawat ikot, nawawalan kayo ng 6 pesos. Tama ba?
Roughly 10 pesos po.
Roughly 10 pesos. So ibig sabihin, yung 5 billion mo, sa pangalawang ikot niya, 4.5 na lang siya. 4.5 ba?
Mr. Chair, can I interject?
We have to jump na kasi. Can we've been stuck with rice like anything?
Rice is the biggest problem, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I
But
may
meat
suggest,
is also a problem.
if I may suggest, Mr. Chair, sa NFA, considering na pag ngayon ka nagbenta, let's say meron ng emergency, nagbenta ka, nalulugi ka ng 10 pesos. Pero makakabili ka ng mura eh. So, pwede mong i-balancing eh, na hindi umabot na 10 pesos ang iyong mabibili, ang iyong malulugi. Let's say, magkano mo ibebenta yung lugi ka ng 10 pesos?
From 48 to 38 ho yun eh.
Pwede mong in between eh.
Pwede
Diba?
po yun. Pwede naman po
And
yun.
then, bumili ka ng mura, mababawi mo yung nalugi sa'yo. Di ba?
Oh, God.
Mababalance mo. Then continuously, yung pera tutuloy-tuloy yan. Dahil mas mura ngayon ang farm gate price. Di ba?
They are mandated to buy higher than
Yeah. Dati 27 ang bilhin mo. How much?
policy.
Kaya ka nalugi ng 10 pesos. How much ang bilhin mo dati?
27 po.
27. Magkano ngayon ang farm gate price?
Sa mga local...
23. 23 based kay PSA.
20.7
20 pesos eh.
20.70
And
pesos.
So,
then
ibig
it's fine.
sabihin, pwede mong bilhin ng mas mataas, let's say, hindi 27, maaaring 23 or 24. And then, diliit na yung malulugi sa'yo sa susunod na cycle.
Pag 20 kasi, wala na magtatanim.
No. 23 or 24 pesos, not 27.
20, sinabi, sir. Can we have this? Para lang, I will immediately back to rice. Can I ask for your indulgence? Kasi nasasayang yung mga oras ng mga executives. I know the people want lower rice price. Pinagbigyan mo ako kahapon, pagbigyan mo ulit ako ngayon. Alam ko, may I recognize, of course, from the powerful delegation of Bukidnon, La Arnie, Lavin Roque, Representative Steve Chongbian Solon, and of course, so now, and Congressman Dagook, you want a last comment on rice, Stella?
Well, earlier, Mr. Chair, you
Pati ikaw.
had a statement, Mr. Chair, that
Hindi tayo makaalis-alis.
importers had nothing to do with the high prices of rice. Parang ganon. So, ang comment ko lang po doon sa statement na yon is it's somewhat counterintuitive considering that doon po sa findings namin po ni Chair Mark doon sa onion cartel, yun po ang naging, kumbaga, root cause naman nung onion cartel. Doon nag-umpisa, etc. So, gusto kong malaman from PCC, dahil nung first hearing natin, binigyan natin sila ng homework na
Straight from Oxford. PCC.
nasaan na po ba ang PCC, na kung tinignan na po ba nila, meron na ba
Yes.
silang any action with respect to the rice market?
I think you should get PCC because straight from Oxford, say something. Grabe, kayo very powerful Oxford. Ma'am, hindi kasi ako, marami sa amin nakakabili ng 37 from importers.
But it's very variable, ha?
No?
There's a big variation. I know. I mean, every time I walk the streets, I check the prices.
Where's Gideon?
Good.
Can you now, then after you, si Admin Gillian, kasi he has to leave. PCC?
Yes, good morning, Chair.
Hindi si Oxford ang pinasalita. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So, so what we've done so far is we've isolated the ports of entries with the highest arrivals of imports.
Okay.
And we're correlating it with the areas with deficiencies. So if we see that the areas with deficiencies are also the places with high imports and the prices are not moving down, so we look into those importers in those areas.
It's not going down.
If it's not going down,
If
then we
it's-
will look into those importers who are having their imports arrive at those ports. But we cannot identify them yet, Chair, because
Sa
still-
madaling salita, Mr. Chair, masyado kasing highfalutin. Doon sa mga lugar na kung saan maraming rice importers, tama ba ako, Attorney Christian, ay ang natuklasan ninyo ay doon din ang mga presyo ng bigas ay hindi bumababa.
there are some, Mr. Chair, that we have
Well-
identified.
Pero in fact, ang dapat, ang expectation
The
natin
expectation
ay
is-
dapat bumababa.
Yes.
Kasi syempre, pag nag import ka, mas marami ang supply at mas mababa ang presyo.
Yes.
Yun na nga kinatatakutan ng mga magsasaka kasi mababa nga ang presyo ng bigas from other countries.
Yes, Chair.
So,
We're still looking into those areas and specific importers who are operating in those areas.
so yun po. Kaya, that's the reason for why sinasabi ko, Chair, na pasensya na po ha, medyo. We differ in that opinion.
Kasi miniting ni Secretary lahat ng mga yan sa Bulacan eh. Tapos nagkaroon ng parang understanding na everybody will sell at 37, basically.
Hindi, yun nga po. But so, sana po we cannot, let's just not dismiss hastily
No, I'm not saying,
the,
wala na akong mapiga eh. So anyway, there is PCC.
let's not hastily dismiss the possibility na merong cartel,
Collusion?
may collusion, may cartel, may magic na nangyayari sa presyo ng bigas at may pagsasabuatan na ang pwedeng involved dyan ay ang mga importers.
Okay, anyway, since Customs is here and they have their principal intellectual here, Jet, can you, what's the average price of the importers at going through the BOC?
Your Honor, if we are to base it on their declaration, what we computed before was about 36 pesos per kilo. If that's based on their value declaration of 0.5 per kilogram in dollars. So that should be about 36 something, Your Honor.
36 landed cost. So,
Yes, Madam Chair. That's at least based on, that's our computation based on their declared value.
so anyway, ang alam naman natin, and based on yung hearings po namin sa Onion Cartel, hindi ko naman sinasabi na parehong-pareho, but syempre, hindi naman yun base lamang dun sa landed cost. Alam naman natin na it's in the way that they manipulate the stocks. Yun naman po yun. Kasi kung hawak nila napakaraming stocks and at the same time, kapag sila rin ang bumibili ng local production, in which case they're now able to monopolize both local and imported, yun na po, doon na po pumapasok yung pag-manipulate ng pag-release ng stocks doon po sa merkado. And in the end, yun po ang nagdidikta kung anong presyo po sa merkado.
I will not debate you, but imports account for only 22% of the total supply.
Yes, so it has to do with it has
78%.
Yes, that's true. But it has to do with if the importing entity is also the one that purchases the local produce, then they now control both local and imported, which was what we found with the onion cartel.
Okay, we will keep that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
this additional.
Yes, Pancho.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the Honorable Stella Kimbo, Mr. Chair, na we cannot disregard the participation of importer kung bakit nagkaroon tayo ng price increase. Kasi in the first place, ang transaction nag-start po sa importer natin. Then pasa sa wholesaler, then pasa sa retailer po natin, then pasa sa consumer. So may participation sa kanila talaga na nagkakaroon ng price increase. Pag dineclare nila talaga kung magkano yung expenses nila, yung tracking nila, driver maintenance, diesel nila, toll gate nila, doon natin makikita na ina-add nila yun unti-unti doon sa mga wholesaler natin.
We
and
will
retailer po
review
natin.
our records because we had spent 3 days with that. And at the end of the day, how can 22% dictate 78%? Then it's not the importer anymore. And then you. Anyway, I don't wanna. It's actually virtually the government inability to intervene, if you will ask me.
Kasi Mr. Chair, yung
Because
importer ang
the-
magdidictate ng price eh.
Di po. In fact, sila they're shifting the supply curve to the right. So therefore, it increases the supply in the market. Ang problema ko nga, baka bumagsak yung presyo.
Mr.
Which, just the last point, yun nga po di ba? In theory, tama po yun. Pero yun ang tanong, bakit hindi natin nakakita yung 36 peso rice in the market? Yun ang misteryo. So tama naman, kung yung 36 pesos, landed cost ng importers, bakit hindi po natin nakikita ang 36 peso rice in the market?
Okay.
So yeah, that's the mystery. So,
we will,
something is happening.
I am taking back my,
Yes,
that
po.
we discharged them because we couldn't make piga anything anymore from them. Because all of them individually, pinatingnan na ho natin sa AMLA, ang lahat po na bank records ng mga importers. So, pinatingnan na rin ho natin sa BIR. So, para klaro if they are making obscene profits or if not, they're not declaring. So, we'll do an Al Capone. We will catch them where it hurts. So, we're doing
yes.
it 2 ways. I couldn't catch them by their declarations here. But we will catch them by AMLA. Actually, the AMLA is up the back, but I wouldn't want to make kasi they cannot make public until they have their, and then we have the BIR essentially looking into their filings. So we are doing two-pronged, but I don't want to.
No, yes, and that's the reason for why, Mr. Chair, I asked PCC kasi talagang nasa kanila po ang mandato, and I really hope that PCC takes this seriously, and they actually did an excellent job dun sa onion cartel. Ang tanong ko na lang, kailan niyo po ba decisionan finally ang onion cartel case? Because they've completed the investigation, but it is now with the commission for the final decision. PCC, para naman finally
Christian?
maniwala na ang sambayan ng Pilipino sa kakayahan ng PCC sa pag-enforce against cartels. I think to see is to believe, di ba, PCC? Once you've been able to finally make a decision on the onion cartel case, maniniwala na kami na, okay, kaya nyo pala. Kasi without that, ako lang yata ang naniniwala sa inyo.
Di naman.
It's the commission who decides, Chair, but I will remind them, Chair.
Please. And ako, so, Chair, let's just please support the PCC kasi ako ang pagtingin ko talaga.
But they are
Because
also
they do
the
have the
one-
personnel, they have the expertise. Tingin ko talaga sila ang makaka-solve ng rice cartel problem po. Or
But the-
mystery.
But the last time they came up with the report, they said that there is no intertemporal collusion in the rice markets.
That was a
Can you,
that was a different circumstance, Mr. Chair.
But that's quite different from what I heard today.
This one is different naman, Chair,
I don't
because we
want to
have
debate
RTL
you.
and-
We're debating on the same guy making a different statement. And it's on paper. And I took them to task because the concept of intertemporal price collusion was not considered. Anyway, can we, I don't want to be a
Mr.
debate
Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
that's the last word.
Yes, sir.
Ikaw
Okay.
muna.
Yes, may I yield, Mr. Chair,
Okay, Nick.
first to the Honorable Briones.
Mr. Chair, malinaw na merong hinahanap tayong 7 pesos yung effect noong baba ng 20% tariff. 7 pesos din doon sa baba ng world market price. Hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na walang nagkumita or nagsamantala. Ang problema natin, hindi natin mahanap dahil walang naghahanap. Ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chair, yung tinanong ko last meeting, nasaan yung enforcement group na dapat ay manggagaling sa National Council? Sinuggest ko sa ating mga agency, ano na ang status para makombine yung National Council, magkaroon ng enforcement group, yung NBI, PNP, at hanapin kung sino yung nagsamantala doon sa nawawalong 13 or 14 pesos na supposed to be ay binaba ng presyo ng rice na hanggang ngayon hindi pa bumababa. So, kung sasabihin meron PCC, pero matagal nang wala naman tayong nakikita. This time, meron tayong pagkakataon. Subukan natin yung enforcement group na makikreate ng National Council dito sa ating bagong batas na Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, Mr. Chair. Pwede ba matanong yung taga-DA, NEDA, and DTI, Mr. Chair, kung anong nangyari doon sa sinasuggest natin, na i-recommend natin kay Presidente na kaagad ma-convene yung National Council para magkaroon ng task force na mag-iimbestiga at na makita natin sino ang nagsamantala doon sa kumita ng 13 or 14 pesos per kilo, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think we will properly dispose of that motion at the appropriate time. But in the meantime, we just want
Yes.
everybody to, as the speaker has ordered, to hear all sides in the meantime. Yes, it will, COMSEC, please note that there is a pending motion to seek that the President form a task force to investigate kung saan napunta yung 7 pesos. Okay, Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. Just for housekeeping lang, Mr. Chair, in the previous hearing, we requested through the COMSEC the presence of Horizon Free Enterprise Incorporated. Are they here today? COMSEC?
Yes, Your Honor, the BOC has to confirm the whereabouts of Horizon Free Enterprise. As its given address at University Conscience Flats, Quiapo, is not a tenant thereto.
Yes. As COMJET, as you've committed to us, you had, I think, a division that could track down this corporation.
Your Honor, according to to our offices in the intelligence group, I think they were able to relay the invitation to the, well, they have with us a recorded responsible officer. We require that in every customs accreditation. So there was a relay on this to the responsible officer of that corporation, which confirmed the receipt of your invitation, I guess. And so we're assuming, Mr. Chair, that they
Yes.
should
So,
be-
ASCOM, what is the reason for the discrepancy in their declaration sa address nila?
We're checking now, Your Honor, but as far as we've looked at our records, they're still in the same address. There's just I think a temporary stoppage of their operation according to them. But
So-
again,
so ASCOM, just to-
there's a verification being conducted by the intelligence.
So just to be
group now.
clear, kasi mali yung address na binigay. Di ba? So na-locate ninyo, pero nasa iba yung address nila.
Yung po yung address na naibigay sa amin, yun din po yung na-check namin, Your Honor.
So it is confirmed now that it is a legitimate address and a legitimate corporation.
That's how, as far as the feedback given to us, Your Honor. Because we checked the address, it's just that the operation, I think, has already stopped.
But they are number one. They're the number one importer.
Yes, yes.
Paano nag-stop yung operations nila na they have 205 million kilos na sila number one dito sa list ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor. And
they stopped operations and
they've not. What I mean is that they've not yet imported again. So we've checked on their addresses, and I think that was the explanation. Maybe there were some people who were not there when the invitation was being.
Yes, but there's a certification from the barangay captain that no corporation exists.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we would like to ask for that, because a continuing investigation is now being conducted by the Bureau on why all of a sudden they can receive the. We've actually had the responsible officer explain this particular.
Why don't you look for them? They are from Iloilo.
Yes, Your Honor. We will actually issue a subpoena also relative to this matter for the investigation division to allow these importers to explain why that particular feedback was given to this honorable committee.
Yes. Okay. So anyway,
Chair Mark?
yes.
Chair Mark,
Yes,
have
Don
you
Bulstead.
asked about their specific?
Yes, BPI. Is BPI here?
Well,
BPI.
Kasi they're supposed to submit their GISs, etc., di ba?
Correct, yeah. Who is representing BPI? Assistant Director Ruel? Yes, are you familiar with this corporation?
Kopa? Hindi naman kasi tinakot na natin yan. Ayaw na nga, ang problema, ayaw na magsipag-import. Kaya parang inaano ko lang kasi baka lalo magkaroon tayo ng problema sa Speaker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Director Ruel, so is Horizon Free Enterprise Incorporated registered with BPI? At saka yung SP6, can you confirm that you've issued SPSICs for this corporation?
Yes, they are registered. And
Have you validated their address?
here our representative sa quarantine, Henrik, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Henrik Exconde from the National Plant Quarantine Services Division. Horizon Free is a licensed importer of BPI, and they submitted the documents during licensing. And we also have an inspection report conducted as one of the requirements for the license. But upon validation, since we heard from the Congress that the address given, they are not present in that address, we verified and went to their office, and it was confirmed that they are not present in the office they presented. So we issued a show cause also. We issued a show cause order to that company to explain why the discrepancy on the address they submitted to our office during licensing. So the status of their company as of today is they are suspended from the issuance and importation of rice.
So there are no pending applications for 2025?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, who is the registered owner?
I'm going to check, sir, the registered owner.
So anyway, Ascomjet may ano 'di ba? Meron yata silang parang representative that you get to deal with, di ba?
There's a responsible officer, Your
Responsible
Honor,
officer, yan, no?
that I think replies to some communications.
So
to
they
them.
have already acknowledged the invitation, that this person has acknowledged the invitation of this,
As far
this
as
committee.
we were informed, Your Honor, they acknowledged that particular communication. But again, I'll ask the intelligence group to look into it again.
Yes, please. I hope, is NBI here? Baka pwedeng, Mr. Chair, with your, pwede bang ano, anyway.
Comsec, please prepare a letter directed to the NBI to look into the particulars of this.
When was their last legit importation? Would you know? And that as of when? And when was their last legitimate importation?
Last year, between January to October, I suppose.
Nasaan si BPI? Specific naman yun dun sa specific na ginamit, di ba? So you can tell.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to check their last record.
Baka pwede pasama na rin yung ano, their 2023, 2022 application for SPSIC.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will include those records.
So, well, anyway, habang hinahanap, para po, in the interest of time, bibilisan ko na rin, Mr. Chair. Is Atara Marketing here? I was given the impression that we have a representative from Atara.
Oh, obviously she's a lawyer.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, we also invited, as mentioned earlier, two said companies, Top Seed Agri and Northern Success Consumer, who are not present today. But Comsec, can you confirm that they received our invitation?
Your Honor,
Mr. Chair?
Top is represented by Attorney Regidor Karingal.
Yes, thank you. Well, anyway, Mr. Chair, the last time they were not invited, they were not part of our hearings. This is the first time. This is the first time, am I correct, that you have attended on behalf of your client?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We attended previously. We attended in the previous hearings po.
The first one.
Yes, Your
So
yes,
you
Mr.
have
Chair.
complied also with the request of the submissions by the chair?
I will check with our client, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
if they have already
with
submitted
regards
the
to your
documents.
GIS, BIR records, income tax returns.
I will check with our client, Mr. Chair, and I will ensure that it will be submitted to this committee.
So-
Yeah, within the day.
Yes, we will need that within the day. Just for Top Seed, sir, have you submitted these required documents? Sir, sa mic po, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. We will undertake, Your Honor, to submit the documents that will be required by this committee, Your Honor.
And sir, you are representing Top Seed.
Top Seed, Your Honor.
Oh.
Attorney Regidor C. Karingal, Your Honor.
Sige, thank you, attorney. And for Northern? Northern Success Consumer.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Attorney Ariel Jawid for Northern Success, Your Honor. Yes, we also commit to submit all the records as requested by this committee.
Yes, thank you. So, Attorney, may I just be clarified with regards to the 2024 importation volume of...
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not aware of the
Can
details.
you, yes, can you
I-
please...
Yes, I
Yes.
will also ask my client to provide all the pertinent records, Your Honor.
Yes, yes, for 2022 to 2024.
I think it's only 2023, Your Honor.
2023.
Yes, and 2024.
Sige, please, I will be needing the...
Yes, Your
baka as soon as possible, Attorney, baka pwedeng mahabol mo naman. I'm just asking for the volume, the rest.
Okay, Your Honor.
Sa susunod na pagkakataon na lang, Attorney.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
so,
you, Your
the
Honor.
volume baka matawag mo lang.
Volume,
please.
yes, Your Honor.
Oo. And that's also the same for top seed agri. Attorney, may I request please for the detailed volume that you imported for 2023 and 2024?
Yes, Your Honor. We will verify the records and we undertake to submit, Your Honor.
Yes, so baka pwede matawag na rin. And then
Yes, yes.
I will get back to you later on.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll try to contact our principal, Your Honor.
Sige, please. Thank you very much. And the same for Atara, marketing?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit within the day.
Yes, thank you. So I will just briefly move on, Mr. Chair. Lastly, sa rice, pasensya na po, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would like to ask the rationale behind the MSRP. It was, I think, explained to us by Yusek Asis Perez in the previous hearing. And I just noticed that I think there was a price set. So ibig sabihin, nandun po yung cost niya. Pero pinatong ninyo 12 pesos because of the supply chain. So, Yusek Chris, are you familiar with that?
Sir, it was based on cost analysis considering yung global rice prices, I think, ng around December, the first week of December, and also yung equivalent foreign exchange niya, based on FOB price of $667 per metric tons, lalabas in peso landed ay, including the freight and insurance, 40.846, then plus tariff payment of around 6 pesos and 6.127, estimated import parity price niya is around 49 pesos. So during a January, I think January 9, consultation with importers, traders, and retailer, initially nag-agree on a 8 to 10 pesos. So nagreklamo yung mga retailers. So nag-agree sila na about 10 pesos. So kaya that come up with the 58 pesos. Pero this is for 5% premium, and with the understanding na habang bumababa ang price, mag-a-adjust based on assessment ng based on the world prices, no. In fact, the secretary has instructed ASEC Bebang na may decrease in prices, maybe may expound pa ni ASEC Bebang on the moving forward yung MSRP natin.
Sige. Sige, baka marinig. Okay, baka we could hear ASEC Bebang first, Mr. Chair. Para malinawan tayo kung paano yung formula noon.
Meron po kaming formula na nasa presentation po, pa-flash na lang po siguro para mas makita po natin yung computation po of MSRP.
Hindi tayo makaalis sa discussion sa bigas.
Pero basically po kasi yung computation namin, naka-base po siya dun sa first week ng December pa na landed cost po ng rice, particularly from Vietnam. Tapos nag-add po kami doon ng mga cost based din po from NFA data.
Maybe asan yung presentation?
Yeah. So anyway, balikan ko lang yung si Chris kasi and ASEC Bebang. With the MSRP, di ba, you are trying, of course, to influence the supply chain, di ba? Yun yung tina-target natin eh, na kasi nga di ba we have a computation na sa presyo na di ba we are trying to influence dapat yung supply chain kasi masyadong malawak. So the 12 pesos mentioned by Yusek Asis in the previous hearing, masyadong malaki. Dapat doon pa lang nag-decrease na. I mean, given that you are also you are working with the importers, the traders, the retailers. So hindi ba yun yung dapat na goal natin? Na lahat kailangan mag-adjust ng profit margins.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lahat naman po nagkaroon po tayo ng series of meetings po with importers, retailers, traders. Yun po yung mga napag-agrihan din natin na margins. Actually, sa importer nga, 150 lang. Tsaka si 1 peso and 50. Noong una po nga nating margin, 3 pesos. Sabi po nila, mataas daw yun. So, 150. Tapos sa in-between trader, 150. And then sa retailer, 5 pesos. So, 8 pesos po yung parang naging agreement.
And sir, we should not look at it in a box lang na MSRP. May other initiatives naman yung to influence also the market, yung sa rice for all and mga different variation ng rice for all. That's the more lower price. Kasi dito, the Secretary wants to control talaga ito kasi yung direct na nag-import na premium, halos premium naman kasi yung import nila, na bakit nag-import sila at 15, hindi pa rin bumaba. But hindi lang naman ito yung tinitingnan natin, andyan pa rin naman yung ibang programa ng gobyerno like the Rice for All, which will eventually expand and will try to influence yung price on the supply. So that's...
Yes, pero hopefully, I think the structure should be
But I think there's a plan na to decrease na sir.
Dapat
by March.
Kasi nga, I elaborated lang, Constella, briefly lang, as I elaborated nung last hearing rin, ang daming dinadaanan. So lahat gusto kumita. We have to shorten the supply chain. So yun yung pressure that we have to put to them, di ba? Di ba? So bawasan natin. Hindi pa masyado mataas sa akin 58 is too much.
Yes.
So, Kong Stella, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, pareho tayong concern. So, okay, naiintindihan po namin kung ano ang inyong goal, di ba? MSRP para babaan ang presyo. Yan naman ang ultimate goal. First concern, hindi natin alam kung tama ang pag-compute, di ba? Kasi sa dami ng ina-add ninyo, hindi natin alam kung tama ba ang information sa bawat step of the way. Number 2, alam naman natin na pwede naman direct, di ba? You can actually minimize certain steps along the value chain, di ba? Pwede naman direkta from the farmer, direct na kaagad sa retailer. Pwede yon. Pero by adding all of those intermediate steps, parang ninyong inaalaw. Parang ganon, right? Okay. Kaya po, dumadagdag. Sandali lang po, tatapusin ko. Number 3, and in the end, naging 58. Magkano po? 48, 50. Naging malaking number. Okay. So, if it is a big number, this is a competition concern, bigger than usual. Di ba? Kanina may kwento po ako sa inyo na doon po sa Barangay Malanday, sa Marikina, merong isang maliit na retailer nakabenta at 38. Pag ang ending, yung MSRP is higher than what actually prevails in the market, ang nangyayari is they now collude around the higher MSRP. Sasabihin ng mga retailers, allowed naman pala ang MSRP na 58 o tayong lahat magbenta na lang tayo at 58. Kahit na, kaya naman pala nila magbenta at 38. Kumbaga po, naging government endorsed collusion. Yun po ang usual na sinasabi na problema kapag naglalagay tayo ng MSRP. Sa akin po, simple lang naman, why not? Katulad po ng ginagawa ko, mag-monitor po kayo. Transparency ang approach. Hanapin ninyo sa bawat lugar. Sa bawat lugar. Sabitan nyo na sampagita yung retailer na nakakabenta ng pinakamababang presyo. Dito sa Marikina, ang retailer na to nakabenta 38 for this month. Bigyan nyo ng premyo. Ilista ninyo sa buong NCR. ito ang pinakamababang retailer sa bawat lugar. And if by transparency, nakita namin sa buong NCR, ito pala ang lowest sa buong NCR. Nakita po namin ang minimum, ang best minimum sa buong NCR for this particular period. Actual po yun, hindi pa kayo nag-compute. Yun lang po, hindi na kayo nag-debate, di ba po? Kasi actual po yun. So, ako for me, that's the simplest and at least hindi na kayo mahihirapan na mag-determine ng method.
Yes, Yusek Chris, si Asik Bebang, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. We take note po of, lalo na po yung sa suggestion na we put incentives din for those who are really selling it really low. But based din po sa monitoring natin, ma'am, yung pong 58 kasi talaga, yun po yung imported 5% premium. Ngayon po, sa pagmamonitor natin, dalawa na lang pong brands actually nakikita natin na nasa 58 na range na yan. And lahat po halos ng 30 markets na minomonitor natin ngayon, nagko-comply na po sila dun sa 58 MSRP. Meron po mga 25% broken na imported, nasa range po sila ng 50 to 55. Bumaba na rin po talaga. And the Secretary is also going, we are going to come out nga po with rules as to labeling po and branding because yan po yung ginagamit din nila lalo na po sa retail, hindi po kasi natin ma-determine agad-agad kung imported o local po yung bigas. Lahat po halos ngayon, konti na lang po yung nakikita nating imported, halos lahat binabranding na po nila ng local kasi wala pong MSRP yun. So yun po yung gusto nating ipalabas sana soon. Meron po tayong prepare na po na rules on this, on branding and labeling para po mas madali rin po nating ma-monitor yung paglalagay po natin ng MSRP as masigurado po natin na yun po yung imported na premium talaga. So doon naman po sa pagmamonitor natin na halos ngayon po every week po na sa labas po kami ni Secretary na nag-iikot po tayo sa mga major palengke dito sa Metro Manila. Nakikita po talaga natin na nagko-comply po. Pero yun nga, ang nakikita rin po namin is because yung sa branding and labeling ang medyo hindi pa natin na-establish, yun yung kailangan natin establish soon para po lahat ng measures that we are doing now, including po itong MSRP, ay mas ma-implement po natin na mas efficient. And masigurado po talaga natin na yung MSRP is only for the imported nga po and na 5%.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, so ang suggestion niyo po, ang MSRP natin is 58.
Yun po yung MSRP natin sa 5% imported premium.
Opo, kasi napakataas po nun eh. Para ang nangyayari po, ang gobyerno ang nagbibigay ng pahintulot na ibenta to sa mataas dahil yun ang legal. So hindi po tayo talaga bababa. Kasi sa atin sa gobyerno nanggagaling po yung MSRP na 58 eh. Napakataas po masyado niyan. Di ba?
Chair.
Yes, si Kong Steve.
Maybe you want to answer Congresswoman's question first, and I'll just add something.
Yes, yung pong 58 na rin po, ang sabi rin po ng DA, every 2 weeks po i-review namin yan. And the Secretary has also declared that the plan is, hindi po kasi namin agad mabababa talaga ng mas mababa sa 58. Dahil nga po itong presyo na to ay based pa previous months pa. Kasi hindi naman po agad darating yung bigas na yan eh. Kumbaga kung yan po yung rate natin, kumbaga meron pang mga stocks yan. So we need ang ano naman ni Secretary is the market needs to adjust din. So yung 58 po, ang ano din niya, he has declared na on coming week, next week po, ibababa po na niya yan sa 55 and then 2 weeks after, as long as the trend nga po is pababa based on world markets.
Yes, Asik Bebang, question lang because there is no difference ang supply.
Sir, it's for premium rice talaga na DPA.
Oh, yes,
It's
but I
not
understand.
for regular milk
Kasi
or
parang
well-milled rice.
I understand, but my question is every 2 weeks.
Every
There is
2
no
weeks.
difference in the delivery ng isang buwan. So ibig sabihin,
Sir,
why even bother going to this price? Dapat lower, diretso mo na. In
Ayun
2
nga
weeks
po,
time,
parang-
diretsuhin nyo na.
Ayun nga po, parang kailangan din po kasi ng market na mag-adjust. Kailangan din niyang ma-dispose yung mga existing stocks na nabili niya rin ng mas mataas. Depende po dun sa MS.
I think what should be clear is the people should know that ito talaga ay dapat yung presyo, di ba? So, dapat diretso na tayo sa price na yun. Why? So, ibig
Mr.
sabihin, may
Chair.
pagbibigyan tayong, pagbigyan mo kumita muna yung additional kita, but the price is just the same, di ba? Sa
Tsaka Mr.
computations.
Chair, parang yung stock po niya, siya na nagdedeklara kung anong presyo ang dapat na mag-prevail sa market. Parang sumusunod tayo dun sa stock niya, hindi yung sa dapat na mabili ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Bakit siya nag-stock ng marami? Tapos tayo magsasuffer. Di ba? Kasalanan niya, nag-stock siya ng madami.
Yes. Kung stock issue, how much has already landed? 4.2 million metric tons landed. Di ba? Nandito na yun. So, what delays are we talking about?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Kong Steve, sige. Before si Asik Bebang kayo.
Yeah, I just have a last meeting, may isang USEC na nabanggit po niya, 'di ba, mag-experiment ang DA with the MSRP for premium rice. Tapos nabanggit namin dito na why not do an MSRP for premium, for 25% broken, 50% broken. So you have prices from premium to the lower grades of rice. So those that need the rice, the poor, no, they can benefit from an immediate decline in rice prices. Hindi lang yung premium, maski yung mediocre at yung lower prices of rice. Ang sabi ni USEC, they're studying, kalimutan ko yung pangalan, they are studying that option to put MSRPs on all those categories of rice. And just to add, what Congresswoman Ditsi said is, if you do it week per week and bring down the price, it takes a long time for retail prices to come down. Prices are sticky when it comes to that level. So if you do it week per week, it's going to take a long time before it feeds into the market. Thank you.
Yes, so Asik Bebang.
Yes, sir. Meron po talaga tayong ginagawa ngayon dun sa paglalagay po ng MSRP per category. Meron po tayong lalabas na rules on that. Kasama nga po dun yung sa branding, sa packaging, sa retail, yung paglalagay po ng prices sa shelf talkers, yung mga nakatusok po ng mga pricing. Kasama po yun.
Sige, baka, anyway, can I get a written na lang? Parang,
So how many weeks has this been in place? Itong MSRP ninyo, Mr. Chair?
Nag-start po siya January 20.
January 20.
So 1 week, technically 1 week.
Oh, so ano na ang effect?
Yun nga, Mr. Chair, napag-monitor po natin sa mga palengke ngayon, wala na po tayo nakikitang 60 o 62, 64. Ang pinakamababa na po na imported na premium nga po ay nasa 58. May range po yan, 56 to 58 po. Ang nakikita po natin na, yun nga po yung sa 5% imported. Yung mga imported naman po na 25%, ayun, nagre-range po 50 to 55 ang price nila. Pero yun nga po, napapansin namin, nagmamark po yung ating mga retailers na halos local na yung nakadisplay kasi nga po yung local yung walang MSRP. Sa imported
ibig
lang.
sabihin, hindi na nila nilalabas yung premium.
Meron pa rin, ma'am, pero kumbaga lahat yun, tinatag na nila as local.
anyway, Asik, can we get a written explanation? How the mechanics works? How did you come up with the, pahingin naman ng written na lang to be submitted to the committee so we could get a better appreciation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sana po, paki-note lang po lahat ng aming serious concerns on the MSRP. It's a very, maniwala po kayo, serious concern po dahil nga parang sa buong history, economic history ng ating bansa, parang, ewan ko, ito si Chair Joey, mas maalam siguro sa I've not really noted na naging effective na ba ang ito, tanungin natin ang PCC. Nagkaroon na ba, PCC would know? PCC? Would you know? Or si Attorney Christian, or naging effective na ba ang pag-implement ng suggested retail price sa pag-control ng presyo?
Mr. Chair, we can get back to you na lang po. We'll check on this.
Is Attorney Christian there with you?
Lumabas lang po saglit, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chair,
I think maraming hanging.
Sir, Mr. Chair, we'll do the letter and then we'll also inform the Secretary about these discussions and sentiments of the Honorable Congressman and the members of this committee about the MSRP.
yes. Just for clarity, Mr. Chair, Asik Bebang, you meant nasa newspaper, the target is 49. By when? 49 pesos sa MSRP?
March po, first week ng March.
First week ng March.
But that's for DT8.
Ito yung mga-
Yun kasi lang iklaro nyo na this is pertains to DT8.
Mr. Chair, ito yung mga naglalagay Coco Pandan, mga ganon na
Yes,
yung
oh.
mga DT8
Oo. Pero
na
again,
premium
I
talaga.
look forward to the yung categorized, 'di ba? Na kasi may mga lesser premium rice na like Thailand, 'di ba? May lesser premium na
Majority.
Okay.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not wish to belabor the point.
Ang MSRP po natin is 58, di ba? And that is for premium brand natin. So paano nyo madidetect na yung retailer po natin, yung binebenta niya ay local lang, pero binebenta niya doon sa price na premium, na 58. Kasi yun ang allowed natin eh. So maring nandun po, hindi po natin sinasabi sa lahat, pero baka po may pagsasamantala, local lang pala, pero yung presyo niya ay ginagawa po niya 58 because that is allowed by the government. That is the MSRP of the government. So wala tayong makikita talaga na mura. Kasi yun po inalaw ninyo, pinahintulutan natin ng government
Okay, I hope that's the last. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I
Good
hope
morning.
that you don't need any response, huh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Talking of MSRP, in the power sector, yan po yung problema noon sa oil natin. Dati ang Department of Energy nagsasabi na next week, ito yung So, ginagaya lang po ng sa wholesale electricity spot market natin, naglagay ng price cap yung ERC, 52 pesos. Ay di, sinagad nila ng 52 pesos, kaya binago na naman yung role. So, I agree with some of the concern of my colleagues na kapag kanilagay mo yan, tingnan mo yung Department of Energy ngayon, hindi na nila binabanggit kung magkano. Ang sinasabi lang nila, maybe next Wednesday, there is an upward or downward movement. Wala na pong amount. They have the computation, pero hindi na nila binabanggit kasi noon, binabanggit nila na aakyat po yan ng from 50 pesos per liter to 60. Ay kahit yung iba, may nagbibenta, kaya nilang ibenta ng 52, ay sinagad nila ng 60. So ngayon, yung sa ERC, balikan ko sa kuryente, ay nagkaroon ng secondary price cap. Anong ibig sabihin ng secondary price cap? 52 dati, no? But sa ngayon, pag ito yung conditions, 31 na lang. 31. Biruin mo yung ano niya. So, I believe, Mr. Chair, kailangang i-reevaluate ng Department of Energy yung paglalagay ng specific amount per kilo. Maybe, di kan monitor kung ito tama ba. Kung wala naman sa authority ninyo na sitahin yung specific na retailer or importer, so maybe that's one of the amendment, no? That we are going to do with your charter. Now, Mr. Chair, marami pong nakahang dito na last November 26, Mr. Chair, the chair, no, directed the NBI, no, to investigate doon sa role ng mga middlemen on the allegation of rice manipulation. Nandito po ba yung NBI? Kasi we keep on adding additional subject matters. Pero yung nauna, wala tayong resulta.
No, we have notes of the previous hearings, and I think maybe next time we should provide everyone. But since, just to directly answer you, may I call on the NBI? They are around to please take microphone.
May initial na ba tayo?
No, where are you? Please raise your hand.
Dapat kasi, Mr. Chair, result-oriented tayo dito sa
Yeah,
natin, sa mga hearing.
Yeah, but I cannot prevent everyone from. Everyone is given a chance to ventilate their understanding of the problem as well as the possible solutions. So,
Mr. Chair, nabanggit sa na
once he's here, we will ask him to answer.
PCC. So
PCC is here.
may inotos kayo may inotos yung committee last November 26 na hearing. Kung natandaan ninyo, ano po yung ni-require ng committee na gagawin po ninyo?
Christian,
Sige, while waiting for the NBI, PCC muna.
NBI is here.
Para lang malaman natin kung baka for compliance lang na nag-attend kayo dito. Kasi
Sir, NBI is here. Then after NBI, Christian. But Christian, I think the answer there is very short.
Yes, Chair, we submitted the reports already, and then we also have other confidential reports that we can submit.
So, they have already complied, Mr. Chair, but the report is confidential. Am I correct in my understanding na they have already complied with the November 26 directive of the committee? You have already complied?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, NBI. PCC, you are also required to investigate the rice supply chain.
No, that's PCC. Now we have NBI.
PCC. So, NBI, may natapos na tayo dito.
Sir?
Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Donald Hernandez. While we are waiting for the Attorney Mark Santiago of our Anti-Organized Crime Division who investigated this smuggling, is already coming.
Can you also remind him to, if he has any information with respect to Horizon Ventures? Horizon Free Enterprise. Horizon without an H. Orison. Sir, can you tell your boss?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will
Thank you.
tell my boss.
So you have any further?
I have further inquiry, Mr. Chair. The Department of Agriculture is tasked to monitor prices of particularly rice. Now, may I ask the Department of Agriculture, do you have a protocol or a policy or a circular or any issuances by the department in as far as the detailed step-by-step process on how to monitor? Saan kayo nagmula? How to monitor the prices? Mayroon po bang department circular yan?
Before that, the price monitoring functions were all transferred to PSA. So their BAS actually was dissolved. So they no longer have Bureau of Agricultural Statistics. So I think one of the main recommendations after this is to restore some sort of, at least, the capacity of the DA to monitor prices, supplies, etc. Because napilayan sila dahil we concentrated all statistics with PSA and we in fact dissolved BAS, transferred it to PSA. So that's why we have PSA in every meeting for the past 5 meetings. So, but still, I think they have, the DA has a group that monitors the prices.
Mr. Chair, may I turn my question to the PSA? Kasi kayo na pala yung nagmumonitor. First observation, when you submit to this committee, no, the most important data that we need, wag naman yung kailangan pa natin ng microscope para mabasa. Ang hinahanap po natin dito yung price monitoring, pero anong ginawa nyo dito sa presentation ninyo? Kailangan natin, naghanap ako kanina ng microscope, hindi ko mabasa eh. Tingnan ang representation ninyo, napakaliit. Yung presyo ang hinahanap natin, pero hindi mo mabasa. So, may I ask PSA, since you are now in charge of monitoring, do you have the list of all the importers? Kasi doon dapat magsimula yun eh. Do you have the list of all the importers of rice? Kasi itong importation ang problema natin. Kasi kung kani-kanino tayo naghahanap ng ng kung sinong importer, dapat may listahan kayo.
Mr. Chair, we would like to apologize for the format or template of the presentation. We took note of that recommendation to enlarge the font next time. As for the list of importers, we get the data from the BOC.
Oh, kita mo, dalawang agency na ang involved. So kung kayo ang mandated to monitor, dapat may data kayo na what if yung BOC din hindi din kompleto. So mayroon na tayong problema doon sa supply chain. Now, ilang importers ba yung number of importers na nakuha ninyo galing sa BOC?
Mr. Chair, what we get is the whole list of the, not just for rice, but for all the commodities that being...
Ilan nga yung nandyan sa inyo? Then, we will segregate that. In as far as the rice is concerned, ilan yung importers ng rice?
What we release kasi, Mr. Chair, is the trade statistics, official trade statistics, but hindi po kami allowed maglabas ng detailed or listahan.
So hindi kayo allowed na maglabas ng listahan. I am not asking the specific importers. I am only asking the number.
I will have to check the number.
If truly you have that data, bakit hindi niyo maibigay yung number? Ilan? Ang hindi ko po tinatanong, Mr. Chair, kung sino-sino yung importer. Ang tinatanong ko lang, ilan ba yung importers? Kasi doon tayo mag-umpisa pag-monitor eh. Kung ito nag-import ba o hindi. Kasi doon natin kinukuha yung mga presyo nila sa importasyon. Kasi we're talking here of bottom line, presyo. Kung wala kayo niyan, Paano nyo minomonitor? Sa palengke na naman kayo kumukuha ng data.
We have the list. It comes from BOC also. But the PSA, so everybody is willing to give them data. They're covered by certain data privacy.
Mr. Chair,
Just like census, they cannot.
Mr. Chair, the point I am raising, no, bottom line dito, dapat makita natin. Kasi comparable din to sa power industry. Ilang importers yung coal? Kaninong planta sinupply yung coal na fuel, diesel? Ngayon, yung planta, no, nire-require ng ERC yan because I am not saying na fully comparable sila kasi regulated po yung power except sa generation. In their case, this is law of supply and demand, deregulated. Pero dapat man lang mayroon tayong data sa lahat ng importer on a monthly or quarterly basis. Magkaroon tayo ng data, sino yung doon sa 10 importers na nasa listahan, ilan ba yung nag-import for the first quarter? Ano yung mga presyo? Do we have any agency, Mr. Chair, na authorized by law na makuha yung mga data na yon, yung amount ng importation? Do we have an agency on that,
Yes,
Mr. Chair?
the BOC.
Oh, so sa tingin ko, Mr. Chair, no, this should be a whole of government approach. Kasi kung magkanya-kanya, nagtuturoan, dapat ma-consolidate natin yung data from importation, no, hanggang sa dito sa mga middleman, magkano, para mahimay talaga natin. Bakit umaabot ng, bakit sinasabi ni DE na MSRP namin ay 58? Kasi sa palagay ko, yung supply chain, kailangan nating mahimay magkano per chain. Magkano. Like in the power industry, ganun lang din yun eh. Magkano yung generation, magkano yung transmission, magkano yung distribution, plus VAT, etc. This is the effective rate. So, hindi naman po magkakaiba yun. So, the point I am raising, Mr. Chair, is kailangan nating makonsolidate lahat yung mga kanya-kanyang agency. Maybe they can execute, no, MOA or MOU para may isang tagahawak. Pero, nandyan lahat yung data. Kasi kung kanya-kanya, every hearing, magtuturoan sila na kinukuha namin sa BOC. Sabi ng BOC, hindi naman na lahat ng nasa listahan nag-import ngayon. That's why dapat malaman natin kung 10 yan, ilan yung nag-import sa first quarter, sa second quarter, magkano, saan galing, sinong agency ang in charge sa paghimay? Is it PSA o di? Lahat na mga agency na may ambag sa monitoring, ipasa nyo lahat sa PSA yan. PSA will gather the data, ihimay niya, ibigay niya sa Department of Agriculture kasi sila ang pumupunta sa palengke. So, that's my take, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, may interject lang po. Short lang po. Mr. Chair. To close. Yes. Okay. Mr. Chair, tama naman po yung consolidation na sinasabi, pero may we ask, sana po sa susunod, yung ating anti-smuggling task force ng Bureau of Customs para po malaman na natin yung ongoing na investigation at yung kung meron po tayong suspicion na meron po tayong rice importer na maaari pong nag-commit ng smuggling. Pwede pong sa susunod po, mag-present na rin po sa atin at mag-present ng dokumento po sa ating committee para po mas mabilis po ang ating po magiging hearing, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
I can ask, Jet, can you answer that?
Your Honor, we have a list of importers of smugglers that we apprehended. We can provide you with that list, but right now all I have is importers that have declared their shipments and they're within the references provided for by the Bureau of Customs and they have
the list.
SPSIC.
So, did you ever provide that to us?
Your Honor, I can provide you now the list of those.
Can you provide it? So, because AMLA is at the back, it's just waiting for my instruction.
Yes, Your Honor.
And of course the BIR.
Yes, Your
Because
Honor.
we will use, not just that, we have to verify.
Chair.
Pakikuha nga.
Sir Chair?
Chair.
Yes.
Sir Ch-
May I recognize Congressman Castro, Congresswoman Castro.
So tanong ko lang sa BOC, Mr. Chair, kung ilan yung na-apprehend. So ano ba ito? Kakasuhan ba? Or what's the status?
Jet?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. We have cases already filed with these importers who have smuggled rice. And I can provide you with the details po kung ano
Can you
yung
just give
status
us,
of cases.
how many are they?
Yes, we'll provide you with the details and the status of these cases po.
Andyan na sa'yo, di ba?
I'll just finalize this list, Mr. Chair. Anyway, legal services with me today, and they can provide me with the complete list.
So later. Thank you.
Chair,
I
just a
think
last
I have
word
to stop
on
there
the MSRP,
because
please, just short, promise.
there's a huge amount of data in
One
front.
sentence.
Okay.
Just on the MSRP, just last word, Ascom Maranilla said that the landed cost of imported rice is 36 pesos, but the MSRP is 58 pesos. In short, inaalaw po ang 22 pesos sa middlemen. So 22 pesos is actually 38% of the total cost. Inaalaw po sa middlemen. So yan po ang sinasabi po natin na flow ng ating MSRP. Kung naalala po natin, nung in-invite natin on our first hearing, yung taga Gensan na importer, naalala po ninyo, halos 5 piso lang po ang kanyang margin kasi meron po siyang retail store. So yun po, so sana po, please reconsider po itong MSRP natin. Salamat po, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. And at this point, you want to answer?
Sir, can we compare the declaration of customs and our computation? Kasi baka mamaya magkaiba siya. Kasi yung 36, maybe ngayon yon. Pero on December, during the past meetings, nagkaiba na kami ng narinig na sinasabi kasi nilang landed cost eh.
But of
Maybe
course-
we can submit yung yung basis din namin. And then
Precisely the problem, Mr. Chair, with an MSRP. I submit, Mr. Chair.
Okay, noted. That's why we have this committee, because this is a way of getting all data. Mabanggao natin ang mga listahan, ang mga duda against reality.
Mr. Chair,
I think, ma'am,
meron po.
forgive me, but you were
Ma'am, intervention lang po. Yung sinasabi nilang ibangga, magkaiba na ba noong December tsaka ngayon? Ano po ba yung data, Mr. Chair?
no, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, kasi sabi ni Jet, 36. Sabi niya, mukhang hindi naman sila 36.
Or maybe there's an undervalued declaration, kaya magkaiba ng... anyway,
We will deal with that very procedurally and methodically. That's why I'm being very patient. So all of these will come out, but we will deal with all of them. Actually, everybody will deal with it as is already here. Okay? So, para we can jump off to the other things we eat, may I ask now FNRI for the food consumption survey para we know exactly what we're talking about. Can you please make that presentation? This is also the basis for the debate on smoking. So as this is a similar basis on, it's an NNS survey, basically.
Okay, so isang magandang araw at makaagham na araw pala po sa ating lahat, Mr. Chair. So I am tasked to present to you the key findings of the food consumption. I think we have
Did you
shared-
give it here?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. For the FNRI presentation, I think I have to check.
Don't worry, we have tonight. After After FNRI, we'll go to LPDC, livestock, poultry, dairy, and corn.
During elections, papatawag si Chair Joey. During
May kalaban ako. Binigyan ng TRO. Disqualified 4 times. Pero may TRO pa rin. Ganun ngayon ang Supreme Court. They are very loose and giving TRO. Virtually everybody was allowed.
Even the nuisance.
Okay, so I'm go.
Okay, please go rapidly.
Okay po. So, yun po, itong ipipresent ko po based on the results of our food consumption survey that we conducted in 2021. So, in order for us to promote and ensure healthy and diverse diets among Filipinos, we developed these nutritional guidelines for Filipinos as a food-based dietary tool which offer practical guidelines. Specifically, these messages, number 1 is to eat a variety of foods every day. Second message is to enjoy a wide variety of fruits and vegetables which are packed with vitamins and minerals. And message 4 is to consume fish, meat, poultry, egg, dried beans, and nuts for proper growth and repair of body tissue. So these are the key messages that we promote to ensure a healthy diet. And another food-based dietary guideline is we have this, we call it Pinggang Pinoy, or healthy food plate for Filipinos. It's another food-based diet developed by FNRI, and that we recommend that in every meal, half of the plate should be for fruits. Next slide. This is the Pinggang Pinoy. For every meal, half of the plate should be for fruits and vegetables, and approximately 1/4 of our plate should be for meat, fish, poultry, egg, and legumes, and approximately 1/4 should be for rice and other carbohydrate-rich food sources, such as mga root crops, noodles, and other cereal products. But for many Filipinos, fruits and vegetable consumption are limited, and the intake of fruits has been declining over time based on the data of the NNS, indicating 127 grams per person per day for vegetable, and only 34 grams per person per day for fruit intake. And if you combine these fruits and vegetables, it's about 160 grams per person per day. For next slide, please.
Next slide.
So this is the data of the NNS. We have a declining consumption of fruit intake. So yung vegetable, ang per capita intake is 127 grams per day. For fruit, it's about 34 grams per day. And if you combine this 127 plus 134, it's only about 160 grams per person per day for fruits, which is far below the WHO recommendation of about 400 grams of fruits and vegetable per day, or approximately at least 5 servings per day. So this has been a challenge in terms of nutrition and health among our population. And if we, next slide please. So if we look at the trends in the per capita intake of other food groups, aside from fruits and vegetables, we can see a significant decrease or reduction in the per capita intake of cereals, rice products, and starchy roots and tubers between 2015 and 2018-2019 based on ENNS. And there is no change in the intake of fats and cooking oil in violet line, while table sugar intake is decreasing over time. Next slide. So the intake of fish and products in blue line is declining over time. Intake of meat and products in gray line improve over time. However, since 2003, a slight decline has been observed in the meat consumption. Intake of chicken and other poultry is increasing over time, while the intake of milk and products in green line remains similar. Intake of eggs in pink line is increasing over time, and the per capita intake of dried beans, nuts, and seeds, yung mga legumes po natin, in orange line has not changed over time. So at the individual level analysis of energy adequacy, next slide please. So at the individual level analysis, next slide. Next please.
Next slide.
So we have this data in terms of energy adequacy. We can see here that the usual mean in energy intake, represented po yung orange bars, it's lower than the requirement as shown in the blue bar. So this is true for all age groups po. Pero mas evident po yung energy deficiency among adolescents with 1,334 caloric intake vis-a-vis the 2,368 kcal requirements among adolescents. Lactating mothers, about 1,500 caloric intake per day versus the 2,107 caloric requirement for lactating mothers. For pregnant women, we can see about 1,385 kcal energy intake per day versus the 2,200 caloric requirement. So sila po yung medyo mataas po ang deficiency among energy among adolescents, lactating, pregnant women, and also women of reproductive age, 15 to 49 years of age. Next slide, please. So in terms of proportion of population groups not meeting the energy recommendation, here we can see that majority of the population across the different age groups were not meeting the recommended energy intake. Pregnant women, lactating mothers, and also school-age children have the highest proportions of not meeting the energy requirement per day based on the NNS data. Next slide, please. So in terms of inadequate micronutrient, these are the vitamins and minerals which is also considered po kapag kulang po tayo, mayroon tayong tinatawag na hidden hunger. And we can see that the usual intakes of nearly all micronutrients are below the 100% adequacy in all age groups. Vitamin C, vitamin A, calcium, iron, zinc, folate, riboflavin, and thiamine are the most limiting micronutrients with more than 90% probability of inadequacy in almost all age groups. So, meaning hindi po, karamihan po sa ating population not meeting these critical micronutrients that we can get from the nutrient-dense foods like our fruits and vegetables, the animal source food, and even from the plant source foods. And this is, next slide, please. So this slide shows the percent contribution of the key food groups to the total food intake across age groups. And you can see here that a similar dietary pattern across age groups where rice and other cereals in orange bar contribute about 50% or even higher up to 56.5% of the total food intake in a day in almost all age groups, except in children 6 months to 5 years old, and lactating mothers, wherein rice and products have lower contribution at 45.1 and 40.9% respectively. Animal source foods like fish, meat, poultry in red shade, dark red shade, is about 20% contribution in almost all age groups, except in children under 5 with only 14% relative contribution of fish, meat, poultry to the total food intake in a day. So milk in gray bar, very negligible yung bar po that, but this milk and products largely contributes to the total food intake of children under 5 years old. That's about 17%. Eggs in orange bar is about 2% contribution among adults, older persons, and even negligible contribution among lactating mothers, while 5% among preschool age children. For the contribution of plant source foods, fruits in lavender po, makikita nyo, it's about 4 to 5% contribution to the total food intake in a day, and even lower than 3% contribution in all age groups. Yung green and yellow vegetables and other non-leafy vegetables in green po contribute 4.1 to about 6% of the total intake of preschoolers and school-age children respectively, while 7% to 11.3% among other older age groups. For dried beans, nuts, seeds in violet, sobrang
Ma'am.
negligible po.
Kung ganun kakonti ang prutas, bakit hindi man tayo namamatay?
Maybe yun po kasi yung immediate outcome, hindi po about death agad na po ang final
No,
outcome.
I'm
but-
just being sarcastic.
Yes
Kung
po. But it's more on, we can look at the non-communicable diseases that we have right now, the increasing prevalence of diabetes, heart diseases, and these are the major causes of death among Filipinos.
Yun ang pinakaklaro dyan. Wala kami kinakain na prutas.
Yes, and that's po based on the data din po na it's decreasing for fruits, yung consumption natin, although we are consuming vegetables, but if you look at the amount, it's very limiting po. So, yun
Anyway,
po.
continue. So we can go now to the meat sector.
So, the major sources of nutrient intake of our Filipino population, we can see here po. Next slide, please. So, for the major sources of, major food sources of micronutrient, for the dietary intake of children under 5 years old, we can see that their diet is dominated by rice, milk and milk products, other cereal products like cookies, biscuits, and bread, based on the top 3 po na nakabox, rice, milk products, and other cereal products. And these are the major sources, as you can see po, sources of energy, and also fat, protein, iron, calcium, and other micronutrients, so yung rice po, milk, and other cereals. For other nutritious food like eggs, fresh fish, poultry, and fresh meat are consumed in minimal amount of this age. For this age group, intakes of fruits and vegetables is also limited, with only banana and squash as the most commonly consumed fruit and vegetable respectively. For the diet of school-age children, next slide. For the diet of school-age
Mr. Chair,
children.
sorry, just to interject.
Yes.
The data that FNRI is presenting is 2021.
Yes.
Hindi pa po nakikita ang epekto ng pinag-uusapan natin today, which is yung presyo ng pagkain.
Well, we were trying to
So, I mean, you know, maraming salamat.
Pero
Interesting naman.
pero yung actually we're trying
Yung
to use
relevance lang naman po.
yung nilalagay lang namin yung magnitude para ma-situate natin kung ano ang role ng LPDC, livestock, poultry, and dairy. So, hindi ito para kay rice, basically.
Well, okay, pero, but actually, it would have been
For-
nice to see kung ano yung relevance nung ginagawa natin, di ba po? But
The
anyway, sige
relevance,
po.
the
I mean,
connection is really with this entire group with respect to meat.
But yan, anyway, I mean, siguro just to ask,
Baka may
wala pang
mas
mas
bago
bago?
pa daw.
Wala pang mas bago kasi 2019 pa po ang data, 2025 na po. Ang pinag-uusapan natin, mataas na presyo ngayon, di ba po?
Yes po, ma'am.
So anyway, sige po, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everyone na
We have-
hindi pa natin nakikita yung epekto today.
Yes, Honorable. Yes, ma'am. So we have our latest, we had just completed the survey in 2023 and 24, pero hindi pa po available. Hindi pa po natatapos yung analysis ng aming recently concluded survey. So as of now, ito pa rin po yung latest survey results that we
So,
have.
ilang pages pa ba yan?
Actually, wala. Last na po. Last 3 pages na po. But
Tinapos
basically,
mo.
nakita nyo naman po, Mr. Chair, yung pattern. So it's more on... It's,
So, what is the pattern?
It's
What is your conclusion?
Cereal-based dietary pattern po. As you can see, it's about 50 to more than, even higher than 50% contribution of rice and other cereal products. But basically, ang pinaka-bulk po nun ay rice and products. So we only have limited amount.
But the other
of-
one really shows that there is rising per capita intake of meat.
Yes po, nag-improve po siya,
It's
but
there.
over the, yes po, it's in the trends in the per capita. Opo, nakita.
Anyway, before we, thank you very much for your report, and please take note if you can present the latest. Danny, Fausto, you wanna go home na daw? So I'll give you your time. Danny is with PCAF, or the
PCAF.
Philippine Council
PCAF,
for
Mr. Chairman.
Agriculture and Food.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we are talking already going to livestock and vegetables, perhaps if I get just mention something about rice, if I can be permitted. As we are talking now, if we reduce, in general, if we reduce the price of rice in the market, you reduce the buying. Pag binaba po natin nasa taas, ibababa po natin nasa baba. So if we are talking about how much is the real price of our rice in the market, we should consider how much will that palay be for the farmer. Because if you're talking about 42, 41 pesos, if we will remove, say, 12 pesos for the in-between, or even 6 pesos, times 62%, which is the recovery, to convert it back to palay, lalabas po nasa 20, 21 pesos. Yung ating pong PSA data, tinanong ko po si Gretchen? Rachel, 20 pesos yung we are making about 85,000 pesos. Kung titingnan po natin pagbaba ng presyo, tama po, babaan tayo natin presyo. Pero tingnan niyo po yung tao sa baba, nabibila ng palay. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Para our understanding, Lionel, what is your key message with respect to the presentation of?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Wanted to add lang po another data point that from FNRI data actually, Kong. It's the minimum dietary diversity na statistic po, which is kung how diverse po yung diets ng mga 6 months to 23 months old, yung critical period po for stunting. Yung alarming po kong Joey is in the Philippines, declining po yung dietary diversity ng children natin. And that's against the trends of our neighboring countries na increasing po yung dietary diversity. So wanted to add lang that po, Kong, since you're thinking about LPDC.
Which means we're going cheaper.
Yes po. Going into less diverse food.
In other words,
which would
less
lead-
diverse, meaning to say you go to the cheaper and cheaper ones.
Yes po.
So there's
And-
greater concentration of cheap diets.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So
And
what is the
more stunting
potential
po.
implication of that?
More stunting. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now we can go to livestock. Meat, poultry. Paras lang pa yun. So, who would like to start from the livestock industry or the poultry industry or the hog industry? I think I can start with Ubra. What is your price situation and your demand and supply situation? And what is your import
BAI has the data on arrivals last year. For 2024, the total
rice
was
hindi
at
pa.
472 million kilos. About half of that is...
Wait lang. Does anybody have questions with DOF? DOF wants to go, has something to do back home? Nobody has ask any question with DOF? Asking permission from the body to discharge the DOF? We can easily call them back anyway. Sino siya? Ikaw? Okay, you can go home. Huwag ka mag-check-in.
Mr. Chair, sa DOF ba yon?
Yes.
Sa BIR, di ba, kasakop niya?
No. It's the DOF policy.
So, meron na pang BIR mamaya.
May BIR ba tayo? No, the BIR is busy with analyzing the BIR statements of our importers. So at a certain point, that is one of our conclusive basis for our conclusions. Sige na, Ubra. Wala kayong problema.
Right now, sir, when you compare retail prices to last month, more or less the same, 200, 180, 200, 220, depending on the kind of wet market. If it's baksakan or primary, mas mababa yan, 180, 190. Secondary, tertiary, meaning abot ka na hanggang talipapa, doon ka na makakakita ng 220, 230. More or less, it's steady the whole year. Yan ang range. Ang madugo, sir, ay yung farm gate. Right after Christmas, and also, there's too much competition locally. We have many multinationals already present in the field. You have Cargill, you have Yonghap of Malaysia, you have
CP Pokpan.
CP of Thailand. There's madugo talaga and the small and medium are very, very conservative, and in fact, even the breeder base has already reacted. Last year, more or less the average price of a day-old chick was in the range of 23 to 30. Right now, the highest would be at 48 to 50, depending on what kind of buyer you are. Kung regular buyer ka, baka na makaka 45 to 47 ka. Pero kung ikaw yung nagta-timing lang na producer, nasa 50 ka. So, dumoble. Kasi sir, there was a prolonged period last year na lugi yung breeder base. And marami nagpahinga. And also, there's another factor for the conservatism. Mabagal ho yung approval ng vaccines. Medyo diretso na lang, sir. Diyan kami may sentimento sa BAI at saka sa FDA. Yung ASF na hindi pa widely recognized or respected, controversial pa, minamadali ng release.
Yung AI.
Yung AI na 20 years ng all sorts of brands all over the world, may data na, complete na ang use. For some reason, mabagal. And yet, pag tiningnan nyo sa Shopee at sa Lazada, may smuggled. Kaya that's part of the reason na hindi ganun katapang, especially the small and medium. And the small and medium, they supply a significant portion of the wet markets. And the wet markets, they supply to the consumers about 70% nationwide. Because even the big companies, a large portion of their production, they still supply live to traders. That is the situation, sir.
So wala kayong problema. Do you get any government support?
I don't. Normally, sir, the support would be for the importers, not the producers.
What is the support being given to the importers?
Normally, sir, through the years, in the 2.5 decades of UBRA, our experience is if there is a typhoon, the first inquiry from DA would be, is there a need for a special importation? Of course, this was during the early days of our WTO commitments. But lately, in the last 2 or 3 administrations, nabawasan na ho yan. And especially nowadays, wala nang pumoporma ng special importation dahil napakarami naman manok eh. And at the same time, I think it is now well established. Kahit babaan mo yung taripa.
What is the tariff right now?
40%, sir. And the sector is always being accused of being protected. Dr. Adriano is very vocal about that. Dr. Habito, they filed a case in the Tariff Commission, but they are only looking at the rate, at the tariff rate. They're not looking at the transaction value. Pag binangga nyo ho yung tariff rate at transaction value, pasok ho eh. There's no protection. And in other jurisdictions, sir, for example, Indonesia, sir, in theory, Indonesia only has a 5% tariff. But it has a de facto ban on the importation of chicken, such that Brazil in 2014 or 2015 filed a case sa WTO. Hindi lang makapag-desisyon ng WTO kasi at that time, Trump and continued by Biden did not appoint a judge dun sa
DSB.
Yes, dun sa kanila adjudication process. Kaya that is the challenge. We have no major domestic support.
Pero in short, can we say that despite the protection, your prices are what? Low, moderate, compared to the other countries?
Sir, in terms of retail, we are higher than our counterparts in ASEAN.
So
that is true.
The protection leads to higher prices.
No, sir. There is a disconnect between retail and farm gate. Because, for example, the figure I mentioned last month, the range was 70 to 80. And that happens regularly. It may skip a production cycle. Taas-babaho yan eh. Kasi parang tsubibo na nasira ang ulo. Yung prices ho, hindi nagre-react ho ang retail. Very stable ho sa upper portion yung retail ng...
Kahit nung Christmas, hindi tumaas?
Anong before Christmas ho, halos nakaagapay ho yung retail at farm gate. But right after Christmas, lumagapak na ho yung farm gate. Steady ho yung retail. Medyo, ang tawag ho dyan, the word disconnect I heard first from Senator Rojas mid-2000s. Yung the word disconnect, he used that in a Senate hearing na there really is a disconnect between farm gate and retail, not only on poultry, but in so many products.
Do you export, sir?
Years ago, sir, San Miguel used to export, but they stopped because we had episodes of avian influenza.
So the conclusion is, FNRI, yung pag-akyat ng per capita meat consumption is mainly chicken?
Hindi po kasama yung chicken po doon, yung meat na red meat po.
Oo. Ano yun?
Yun yung-
Beef yun? Hogs?
Except chicken, except poultry po yun.
Po?
Except poultry yun po, Mr. Chair.
Bakit
yung meat and
tinihiwalay
products,
nyo? Parehas din naman.
Hindi po namin,
You
as
don't
poultry
lump
po,
them
we
into
don't lump, opo, yung
that
chicken.
red line that's going up, very up, very up, very up?
Yes po.
So
For
that's mainly hogs and
That's for chicken po. That's for chicken.
yung pulang yun is for
Yes
chicken?
po. And egg po.
So it doesn't include hogs and...
Recent, parang nag-improve po siya since 2013, pero there's a slight decline po. Yung mga...
No, basically what I saw is that it's really rising because I think meat protein intake goes up with income increases.
Yes po. Yeah, that's true po. But the per capita intake, that's only for hogs po yun.
So, Ubra, wala kayo problema. So, we don't have to deal with you, no? You don't need anything from DA. You don't get anything from DA. All you get is a 40% tariff protection.
That is a very generous
Cruel.
conclusion for the performance of the state in the last 25 years, Your Honor.
Yeah, but
if you remember, Your Honor, ang dami nang namatay na major companies na Pilipino na nawala. I hope I do not offend any person or any company na wala. For a while there, Vitaridge was gone nung early 2000s.
Sir,
Swift, nawala. Yung Pure Foods, binili ng San Miguel. yung general milling nawala. Right now, the only reason na stable, the players are really loaded because Cargill USA, CP of Thailand, Longhap of Malaysia. To say that we have no problem, that would be stretching it a bit, Your Honor. Marami kaming problema. And our main problem is the policy environment created by, they made a presentation in the Senate, and I think even here, for reducing the tariff was the industry was backward because 43% of the supply comes from native chicken. Doon pa lang, sir, that is already an act of cruelty to say that 43% of the chicken supplies come from, and they were using wrongly PSA data. The PSA is here. Perhaps they can clarify. May I be requested to request her to clarify?
Yes, PSA, can you
What
show
is that
the
43% native?
PSA? Can you first, what is the long-term price trends of chicken?
While they are looking for it, Your Honor, there was also an assertion that, in a way, correct that retail prices here are high, but they did not take into consideration the differences in domestic support because protection is not, tariffs are no longer effective in providing protection. It is domestic support. You look at Indonesia, 5% tariff, and yet no foreign chicken lands there. And they have relatively more affordable chicken prices, chicken. And you can say the same thing with Thailand. When you compare, ito yung binanggit ko last hearing, Your Honor. Ngayon lang nagiging seryoso ang Estado sa agriculture kasi nagkakagulatan na because of climate change and disruptions. Pero in the past, NEDA, which I mentioned earlier, relied on the idea, there was even a prominent cabinet member in the last administration who mentioned, forget production, cheaper to import. That is the root cause of our problem in agriculture and food. The shortcut mentality, you just increase the supply, and therein lies the contribution of this committee. You were able to show that despite the tariff cuts, there was no corresponding decrease or reduction in retail prices because of what Senator Rojas mentioned there, a disconnect. Because there's friction there from farm gate to retail. And even, I think, right now, after pandemic, there is friction in the price of, at the cold storage of the importers up to the retail. Kasi, just to have some numbers, Your Honor, generally, when we look at the cost of importers, on the average, leg quarters, the tariff line 0 to 07.14, doon nakasama yung leg quarters from the US. Nasa $1 yan, just to make it easier for me, nasa $1 yan. At 56, you multiply it by 40, nasa 83 lang yan to 80 to 90, including the expenses.
Pero yung
retail, sir, 200 eh. And therefore, the playing field for that value chain, yung playing field in terms of prices, ang layo eh, maganda. Kanya lang, sir, ang kanya ngayon madugurin even in the importation. Dati-dati kasi, noong early 2000s up to the time of Secretary Alcala, 20 to 40 players lang ang importers. But because of the signal from the state, from NEDA, that importation is the favored activity, at the last time I checked, almost 600 na yung accredited importers ng meat eh. Ibig sabihin, the signal from the state is, you trade, you import, production, you know, you are not a priority. That is the root cause, sir. Paulit-ulit yung problema.
Okay. Jet, how much is our importation of chicken in at least 23, 24? In metric tons. You can unitize the CLQ, MDM, all in metric tons.
For my data, Your Honor, is disaggregated.
Okay.
For chicken breast, it's 21,460,640.89 kilograms. For chicken leg quarter, it's 109,537,311 million kilograms. For chicken leg, it's 28,723,952.88 kilograms. For liver and other byproducts, it's 1.106,402.54 million kilograms.
So 300 million?
The total for us,
300 million kilos, right?
for the total, Your Honor, including the entire thing, is about 446
Million.
million.
Is that the
kilograms.
policy of DA?
Your Honor, there's some
No,
discrepancy.
I have to ask DA, Ma'am Caballero. Is that the policy that we import 400 million kilos of chicken? I think it's HBCC, no?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what is the incumbent policy of DA with respect to chicken industry? Ilan ba yung total domestic production? No, the imports are 400 million kilos. But the domestic production is livestock. Who is the president of the livestock industry? Sir, how many kilos is the domestic production?
Eric Harinap from Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines.
Corn?
Pork Producers Federation.
Pork, I'm sorry, we're talking about chicken.
Chicken.
Bai, where's Bai? Director Sibilia. I would just like to know, we import 400 million kilos of chicken.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our local production po for chicken in 2024 is 492,760 metric tons.
Tons. So nothing.
492,000 metric tons.
So times 1,000, that's also 400 million. So balansyado, 400 million of chicken, imports, 400 million of domestic chicken. No, I'm just trying to know. I know there's difference between, isaw and chicken legs.
Your
yes.
Honor, I have to intervene because this may lead to a very problematic conclusions. Based on the way since the time of GMA, the way production is projected would be based on the imported breeders. Because for broilers, all the breeders, the parent stock, the grandparent stocks are imported. Hindi yan native eh. And in 2024, based on the imported breeders, the projection was 1,607,000,000 heads. Then you have to convert that to kilos. The problem there is, I have yet to see with a computation wherein you segregate the production for Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all, because the market requirement for Luzon would be 1.6 to 1 to 2 kilos live. For Vismin, the market requirement would be lower, 1.4 to 1.6. They have a different food culture in Vismin with respect to chicken.
They don't like chicken.
No sir, they
Chicken
have a
bacolod.
preference for lighter size chicken because of the taste. According to them, mas maganda yung balat mas malutong pagka ganun Kasi pag malalaki na sir, mas maganda i-cut mo na lang
Okay,
And
anyway,
Luzon, ganun na
I'll give DA. But before that, may I recognize Congressman Robert Barbers? I'm sorry I did not. And Congressman Reynante Arrogancia of
Mr. Chairman,
PDS.
just a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Sorry, just I have to butt in. While I know that the topic that we're discussing right now is equally important as that of the rice, but I guess, I believe that we should go back to the rice first and resolve whatever we need to resolve
will-
in the
as you
rice
can s-
issue.
Madali lang to. Para
Kasi
we come back.
Napaka-importante nung bigas, Mr. Chairman. And we know that just like what we did in the onions, there was a resolution. And it was a product of a comprehensive study done by the committee. While I submit to the wisdom of the chair in discussing the topic which is equally important as that of the rice, Mr. Chairman, I think dapat bumalik tayo sa
By
bigas.
3 p.m., we will be back to rice. Na complete that because some of them may have pose problems. I'm just anticipating. So Caballero would have the last word on the chicken issue. Then after that, we'll go to the hogs, and then we'll go to the dairy. Then that's the end of it.
Mr.
High
Chair.
value.
Yeah, I'll try my best, Mr. Chair. But I just wanted to inform the body that
Do you have any budget for?
for high value, Mr. Chair, I stand corrected. Our approved budget was 2.3 billion only.
2.3 billion.
Opo.
So nothing for, it's essentially private sector.
Yes, Mr. Chair. But we are happy that for the CMF, this is the competitiveness
So you did
enhancement
not see
measures
any price problems?
Well, we can only intervene in as much as seeds and seedlings are
As
concerned.
seedlings?
Opo. But to do post-harvest, storage, etc., it's not enough to work on it. That's
So
why
the
we're...
post-harvest facilities are essentially private also?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the nurseries, that's our pleading if it's possible that can be restored or augmented, because that's the only way we can assure the farmers of
Okay.
a steady
Thank you.
supply.
So let's slaughter this entire sector in very fast. So may I know who is representing the pig sector, sir? You are?
Mr. Chair, for chicken,
Yeah.
considering that one of, as said by Bong Insyong, Attorney Bong Insyong, that one of our problems is AI. Gusto ko marinig sa DA, kailan ba lalabas yung vaccine ng AI? Which is, once na tinamaan tayo yan, last time, 10 million heads ang namatay sa AI.
Is FDA around? Or I don't know if it's BAI or
More than 20 years
Mr. Chair, I
approved.
think we should call FDA.
Europe and US.
It's within the jurisdiction of FDA for
it's FDA pa rin.
yes, for
Pero,
vaccines.
FDA?
No, Chairman. Meron silang testing or something like that.
Okay.
What happened?
Caballero?
Mr. Chair,
Wala
may
ka
I-
man lang kapera-pera sa budget mo for vaccines, for chicken?
May I refer the question instead, Mr. Chair, sa BAI?
BAI?
Because they are the ones in
Do you
charge
have a
of that.
budget for vaccines for chicken?
Mr. Chair, for 2026, it was one of the priority projects that we have submitted for 2025. Among the priority projects we have submitted to the Office of the Secretary. So they actually asked for our proposals for the vaccine, AI vaccine program.
So what happened?
So it's still,
Vetoed.
actually, sir, for the consolidated continuing fund po, Jose
I'm
Caballero,
asking.
it's among those considered projects.
So is it in the GAA?
No, Mr. Chair.
So there's
For
not,
this 2025 po, not in the GAA, sir.
but they say that it's been pending for 20 years with FDA.
Mr. Chair, what's pending po at the FDA is the release of the certificate of product registration of those
So not the
AI
vaccine.
vaccine. The AI, not the vaccine, sir. For
So
it
is
to
it
be
under
commercial.
EUA? Is it under an EUA? Emergency Utilization.
No, Mr. Chair. It applied for commercial release, Mr. Chair.
So it's for commercial release already.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we don't need the budget. We need the approval of the vaccine. Because commercial...
So we will call the FDA in the next hearing.
Yeah.
Is the FDA somewhere
Actually,
here?
Mr. Chair, they were invited. Oh.
Can you forgive no, because we will insist, we will pick him up.
Last thing, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yun lang, gusto ko malaman kung nasan...
Tingnan mo
kung
epekto
kailan
ni Barber
lalabas
sa'yo,
yung vaccine for commercial use ng AI. Yun ang una kong tinatanong, Mr. Chair. Ang
May
pangalawa,
mga problema din kasi.
sabi ni Atty. Bong Insyong, na baliwala yung 40% na tariff. Ang tingin ko, ang sinasabi ni Atty. Bong Insyong dyan, because of the reference value na nagiging basis ng mga importer na napakababa. So,
Jet, can you, that? What happened to the reference value? Is it transaction? Of course it's transaction value.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we use our reference value as a risk management tool, meaning
Yeah.
all declarations are being referred to that value. If it's on a threshold where we determine that there might be some undervaluation, we require additional documents coming from the importer to prove the actual transaction value. Otherwise, we contest the value, and
So he is suggesting there is smuggling.
I have our reference value for January 2025 here,
What
Your Honor.
how
I can
much is
submit
it? Kasi ang sabi ni Nick Briones, yung paggamit ng reference value instead of
I think that's the tool for
It's the tool for
undervaluation.
smuggling, right?
Yeah, technical smuggling.
Well, Your Honor, the way we actually come up with the reference values is that we get the highest.
Pakibigay na lang sa akin ang report on the entire aspects. Can we do with that? I'm trying to make it. I am trying to quicken for the sake of Congress. He has to go home to Mindanao.
Yeah,
So,
Mr. Chair, one last thing. Kasi yung reference value nila,
magkano?
chicken leg quarter is...
CLQ. I have one in my, somebody sent me.
Sa
but
US, Mr. Chair. 89 cents.
That's home consumption value. That's not reference value.
Reference value.
Do you use home consumption value as reference value, Jet?
No, Your Honor, we come up with our references based on identical importations coming from other importers.
That's only 51 pesos and 96 centavos, Mr. Chair. So, ang ginagawa ng importer, Mr. Chair, tinataasan lang ng yung 89, ginawang $1 and 2 cents, which is 59.16 in pesos. So, meron bang karni ng manok na 51 pesos or 59 pesos na makikita tayo sa mundo, Mr. Chair?
Wala.
How come na ang custom pumapayag na 51 pesos, din tataasan lang ng konti? Iyon na ang kanilang basis for
The 40%.
tariff.
Anyway, pero yung MDM naman, virtually zero, ha?
No. This is leg quarter, Mr.
I know.
Chair. Ang
So,
MDM,
I mean-
5%. And then only another way of technical smuggling is misdeclaration. Because if you declare it in MDM, nang pinarating mo naman ni leg quarter, ang baba ng value, 5% pa.
Jet, yung mga isaw ba, zero ang tariff nun?
5%, Mr. Chair, ang MDM.
No, Your Honor, there's a positive tariff rate for all chicken products.
So I think we will have a separate investigation, so we don't.
Yeah, I think we
I think
concentrate.
there is a sense in the House that they want just go back to rice.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
we will just have that, I think we will have this discussion in the Committee on Ways and Means. Okay? Para,
Anyway, Your Honor, for your reference, we will submit the requested data of reference prices issued by the Bureau of Customs for last quarter last year up to January this year.
pwede bang 5-year para makita namin yung trend?
Yes, Your Honor, we will submit.
Wag mo na yung quarter by quarter. Yung ano lang, So, the tendency for you is to use the home consumption value as the reference value?
No, Your Honor, it's just a risk management tool. If the importer is able to prove through other documents that indeed that is a transaction value, we follow the transaction value. For example, if he's able to produce his sales contract, the method of payment that he used for his supplier, and so much other documents, then there's a discretion by the Bureau to accept that because our law provides that the
Ang
the
kinakagalit
taxes is
kasi ni
based on-
Briones, halos kung ano, alam mo naman yung mga parts na yan patapon sa US, di ba? So virtually, less than $1 yung mga yan. Pero pagdating dito, yun, binavalue natin, tapos ang charging mo, yung 40%, yung presyo doon.
Yes, Your Honor, but again, we use as reference tool the identical importations of other importers.
Okay, so that's the last thing we will have on chick. Are you still have, sir?
My
You wanna
request, Mr.
finish?
Chair, is, no. My request, Mr. Chair, is
Yes.
we have
as
another
chairman of the
hearing.
Committee on Ways and Means, we will motu proprio investigate that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So now let's go to piggery.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Si Eric Harina po ng Pork Producers Federation of the Philippines. Malaki po yung problemang hinaharap ng pig industry natin, no? As we all know, na natamaan ng ASF yung hog sector. Before the ASF, yung production natin, yung population natin nasa 16 million pigs. But ngayon, nasa 7 to 8 million pigs na lang yung population, no, at the end of 2024. No? So, malaking kawalan ito. No? It is evident as attested by mga feed mills natin, saka mga agri-vets, na yung
Sir, can we just start with the basic data? Ilang
Yeah.
kilos per year ang domestic production?
Ang domestic production po, it's around 600 million kilos
And the
a
imported?
year. Yung imported for 2024, we imported 732.
So, mas marami na rin yung imported
Yeah,
kaysa.
732 million kilos. Compared to last year, it was only around 500 million kilos po.
So,
around.
kanino tayo kumukuha? Vietnam?
Now, ngayon, ang pinakamalaking imported is coming from Brazil po.
Brazil. Jet, what is the tariff and classification? And
If we can get the more details, Mr. Chair, like the tariff lines that is being used and the specific description of the goods, I can provide for...
do you also import, sir?
No, producers po kami. Pork producer po.
So what is,
mga farmer po kami.
ano yung alam nyo na taripa ng mga pumapasok na baboy dito?
So, 15% po.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
He's our Executive Vice President. I am the Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Ang tariff ibinaba ng 15% sa in quota and 25% sa out quota
Okay.
because of EO 62. Ang problema namin, Mr. Chair,
Bumaba ba yung presyo?
tumaas, Mr. Chair.
Did we increase the the tariffs on jet?
Because ang problema natin, Mr. Chair, is yung ASF.
I know. So why should we increase the tariffs?
No, they decreased the
Oh,
tariff.
precisely. But the price should have gone down.
The price now is very high in the local market. Sa retail.
Because
dumaan na holidays, then ngayon, election period, dami pera tao.
Oh, buti ka pa.
Kasi, you know,
Dahil malang dahil malang
and then in
mais.
holidays, naubos halos yung baboy.
Mukhang ang dahilan malang mais.
No. Our price of local corn, Mr. Chair, hindi nagbabago. Mukhang ibang period yung sinabi ng
PSA?
PSA.
What is the price trend for pigs, for hogs, for pork?
291 yung pork.
I will check, Mr. Chair. The one I presented earlier is for human consumption na corn.
I know. So what is the number?
I will check for the feeds, Mr. Chair.
180? I saw a number.
291, Chair. 291 po yung pork as reported December 2024 by the PSA.
Yung corn.
Yung farm grade price namin last December was only around 200 to 220 farm gate price dito sa Luzon. But now our farm grade price 2025 January for Luzon area is 240. For Bismin area it's around 200 to 225.
So tinasin nyo.
So kasi wala na pong baboy po.
Asa na sila?
Naubos sa ASF, Mr. Chair.
So your problem is ASF, no sir?
So yung concern lang po namin is yung magiging epekto po nito, yung pag-decrease ng population ng baboy sa ating bansa. So we'll be looking forward coming election, patapos December na naman, tataas talaga na naman kasi nga 50% po nawala yung production. However, malakas naman rin po mag-import. Ang problema, kahit may importation po, hindi po bumababa yung retail price natin. So, yun po yung comment namin. At saka, isang challenge po, yung vaccine na kailangan namin na hindi pa commercially available. Na we recommend na to make it available as soon as possible po.
Okay, so I think in the next meeting, we will call on the FDA to be present. Meron, we've been invited. Wala eh. Is the FDA around, baby?
And also po, may programa naman po yung DA for repopulation, yung INSPIRE. Sana po idoble nila para mas mabilis dumami yung alagang baboy po.
Kaso,
Especially yung mga breeders natin.
Tinakbuhan tayo ni Caballero na wala. May I ask, who is handling, Bai.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have our National Livestock Program program coordinator who is inspiring,
You have
who's
to
handling
stay
the
until
Inspire.
midnight because we will sponsor the livestock bill tonight.
Okay.
So can I call on the NLP? Bilisan nyo kasi nangangati na itong mga congressman sa bigas. But I have to have a complete picture kasi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Regarding po sa Inspire, we
Isa
had
na
a
lang, oh.
we had a 3-year program for Inspire starting 2022
Ilang units ba?
until 2024. So,
Anyway, at least alam namin ang dahilan kung bakit mataas ang presyo ng baboy ay dahil walang bakuna.
Sakto, Mr. Chair. Do you remember, Mr. Chair, na I requested na magkaroon ng emergency use authorization for the vaccine. Pero hindi naman na-approve. Kaya naubos ang baboy noong August, September, October.
Sino ba may gawa? Pfizer?
Calabarzon. Walang naubos.
Vietnam.
Yung
Sir?
ABAC vaccine from Vietnam.
After piggery, we go to corn. That's it.
So, nangako, Mr. Chair, ang DA na lalabas between March and April. Narinig ko sa news
Last year, this year.
kay Secretary Kiko. At last time, during our last meeting, nangako sila na second quarter, so April.
Okay.
Yung usage. Hopefully, talagang mangyari para ma-save natin yung 6.3 million
Baby.
na population ng piglets and paddoner. And then another cycle, another 6.3. Kung hindi lalabas yung vaccine na yan, mas grabe ang ating aabutin kapag pinagtagal natin yan.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just a quick intervention. Hindi ba pwede gamitin ang Quick Response Fund?
Does DA have a QRF?
Yes, they do.
So what's your problem?
Di ba pwede yun? Si Chair Joy, dating APRO Chair.
Yeah. Ginamit yun sa rice?
What is the balance of your Quick Response Fund?
We will go back, ma'am.
And can you confirm that indeed you can use that for this purpose?
Yung sa mga replenishment ng mga tawag dito, inputs and also
Seafoods?
Pwede niyo pong lakasan. Ayan.
sorry. Sir, yung replenishment, yung provision of inputs.
Inputs.
Repair ng
Yung mga
small
binabagyo.
facilities. But we'll get back po sa nag-handle po ng QRF namin,
Di
ma'am.
ba parang input din naman ito sa isang sitwasyon na hindi ninyo ina-anticipate? Di ba parang ganon?
So
Yun ang
make it a
elements.
request from this committee that you use the QRF to purchase, to quicken essentially the acquisition of vaccines for hogs against ASF. Anyway, sir, kasama ba yung repap sa paggamit ng QRF? I'm sure
Mr. Chair, hindi po siya kasama doon.
hindi siya kasama sa QRF.
Hindi siya pwede?
That's different, nasa GAA po yung, yung
Repopulation.
repopulation.
So it was not considered as an emergency.
Pero
Mga
hindi
ilan
ba
no
pwede?
ang budget? Yes, ma'am.
Hindi ba pwede?
Dapat nga, pero ibang ginawa nila. So, ilan yung repap nyo?
Sa RIPA po, for 2022, nasa 1.1 billion mahigit po. Sa 2023, nasa 2 billion. 2024, another 2 billion po siya.
2 billion per year. Mga ilang baboy yan?
Ito pong sa 2022, around 148,000 fattener po. Ang
Okay.
project, ang pinabigay po natin. Ano po?
So, yes.
Based sa finance po kasi namin, yung vaccine ay pre-disaster. Part of pre-disaster. So, hindi siya po pwede doon sa quick
Okay
response.
din, ha? Imminent disaster, it's there in the, pero nasa DRR eh. Hindi naman na-approve.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
ang talagang kailangan namin is vaccine. Yung commercial use, yung mga commercial raisers, they can buy vaccine. More or less, mga 45% kaagad ang mababakunahan noong 6.3 million. Dahil may pera naman yung mga commercial racers. Ang kailangan nilang ponduhan, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
ay yung backyard racers. para talaga makomplete yung 6.2 million.
The committee will study this, will create a small study group for those three. And let's just
Chair,
finish the
Chair,
corn.
just very short.
Yeah, okay.
Pero hindi ba pwedeng ma-argue na yung ASF itself and the onset is a disaster, and therefore the need for a vaccine relates to that? Yun nga po di ba? Hindi naman po natin na-anticipate na one day nagkaroon tayo ng ganitong sitwasyon. At ang response is this, the vaccine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
in response to the inquiry of our colleague, it is beyond the control of the DA, because the USEC in charge of that particular concern mentioned to us in the last hearing that the application is under monitored release. So it's not ready, Kong Estela, to be commercialized because effectively it's undergoing local clinical trials. So what I understood is that the registration is about to come out, the official registration where FDA has to issue certificate of product registration after the local clinical trial has been finished. So I think since BAI is a co-applicant of this vaccine, perhaps you know the status of the monitored release application from the FDA.
Okay. So I think, yes,
If I
ma'am.
may answer? Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair. So for the status po of our rolled out under the monitored release, we have already vaccinated a total of 31,700 animals. And we actually target to vaccinate 160,000 animals before the end of March. So we actually procured a total of 500,000 doses of ASF vaccine.
So based on your monitored release, post-marketing surveillance, how effective is the vaccine? Doctor?
Andito na pala yung pinakamagaling dyan Yusek Palabrica, Mr. Gokong Wei, you're recognized.
Sorry, I just came from the checkup from the hospital. So, but I'm doing okay. Anyway, the question was, how effective the vaccine is. Well, in my previous company, sabi nga ni galing kay Gokong Wei, I used that and was able to prove that it's effective. And now we have rolled out a lot of the vaccines, and it's working. Right now we have 500,000, and I have visited all the provinces, and I just came from Legazpi, and we're going to have also a rollout of the vaccine in Legazpi this March. So it's effective, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. When you say effective, USEC, ano yung gestation ng protection? How many months from the time of inoculation?
Mr. Chair, usually we prescribe the vaccine to be used at the age of 4 weeks. And ang baboy kasi, ibinebenta ng mga 25 weeks. 24 weeks, ang timbang nun mga 100 kilos. And the vaccine can protect up to 25 weeks yung mga baboy. So, yung aming mga binakunahan, Mr. Chair, ay buhay at umakyat pa ng 100 kilo. Kasi mas malaki ang baboy, mas malaki ang kita ng mga ating mga magsasaka.
So the protection is good for, at least good for 25 weeks until katayin sila, USEC?
Mr. Chair, 4 weeks, mga 20 weeks po. At ngayon ay undergoing trial na rin po na pati yung mga inahin ay babakunahan para maprotektahan yung inahin dahil mas sustainable yun dahil yun ang naglalabas ng mga biik kaysa ito mga palakihin. Pero once na makita namin na maayos, pati po breeders ay bibigyan po namin, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, since 500,000 heads have already been inoculated, I think we have enough clinical data to support the efficacy of the vaccine. So I wonder why it takes FDA, too long to approve the commercial use of the vaccine.
Mr. Chair, we have to submit to the FDA a robust data to give the regular
CPR
permit. And we have created a private group of scientists so that it will not be the government that will submit it. It's the private group that we created. Basically, mga scientists, mga expert. Pagka naibigay po nila ito sa FDA, sabi po sa akin ng FDA, if you have a robust data and you can tell everybody that it's working, then we can work on regular permit. And for the meantime, we have also entertained several vaccines, MSD, a Korean company, and coming from Chulalongkorn company, Mr. Chair.
So you have multiple sources, USEC, ng ASF vaccine.
Mr. Chair, tama po. Para marami po mapagpilian ang ating mga magsasaka at yung 500,000 ay kaya naming ubusin ngayong year na 2025 and we're looking for fund for 2026 para masuportahan naman po yung mga backyard farms po. Yung mga commercial farm, they can afford it. But we want the backyard farm to survive dito po. Kaya lahat po ng mga probinsya ay iniikot natin para po masabihan sila na libre itong bakunang ito, taxpayers money, but you have to follow the policy na isinet ng set ng guidelines ng Bureau of Animal Industry po, Mr. Chair.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, USEC, I think I would advise you and your group to facilitate the submission of the clinical report so that you'll be issued the valid CPR. Yes, not only monitored release. Although pag monitored release, kaya naman yan kayo mag-import. It's permitted naman, but it's better to have your regular and valid CPR. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And
Thank you.
Chair, just allow me to read just relevant portions of the GAA 2024 on the Quick Response Fund. The amount of 1 billion pesos appropriated herein for the Quick Response Fund shall serve as a standby fund to be used for, and I'll read just what is, I believe, relevant. So, the provision of various production inputs for crops, livestock, and poultry and fisheries. So, kasama po, I believe, yung vaccines. And so provision of other assistance in the form of cash. In order that the situation and living conditions of people and communities or areas affected by natural or human-induced calamities, epidemics, crises, and catastrophes, which occurred in the last quarter of the immediately preceding year, and those occurring during the current year may be normalized as quickly as possible. In no case shall the QRF be used for pre-disaster activities such as conduct of training, insurance of assets, and public information and education initiatives or any other purpose not authorized in this provision. So yung sinasabi po ni USEC na pre-disaster activities, meron namang enumeration of kung ano ang example. Palagay ko naman ay hindi kasama. It doesn't seem like yung vaccine falls under that category. And clear naman po na pagdating sa catastrophes, etc., ay mukhang pumapasok naman po ang ASF.
Yusek, kumingi ka ng pera.
Pahingi pong pera at kailangan namin talaga ng bakuna.
Magaling yan. Kaya lumaki ang Gokong Wave.
Mr. Chair, alala ko lang.
Ayaw mo pa talaga ako mga transit na sa rice, ha?
No, Mr. Chair.
No, corn, then
Livestock
rice.
and poultry
That's
is bigger than rice, Mr. Chair.
Come again?
Livestock and poultry is bigger than rice.
I know, but
So, tanong ko lang si Yusek kasi nangako na siya last time by April. Pero ngayon may nasabi siya na between March and April lalabas yung commercial use ng vaccine. Totoo ba yan, Yusek?
Tulad po ng sinabi ko, Mr. Chair, meron po tayong private group na inilagay doon para i-analyze yung lahat ng bakuna. Best try po, Mr. Chair, tulad ng binanggit ko noon, alam mo naman sa Batangas, pagka may dinura, hindi na inihigop. So, April or May.
Si Secretary, March to April. Ikaw naman, April and May. Kailangan mas mabilis ka eh. Sanay kang naranasan mo na mamatayan ng 100,000 na baboy, binaon mo, alam ko, Mr. Yusek. So, sana, alam mo ang nararamdaman ng mga magbababoy sa buong bansa. At kung bakit nakakaranas ang ating mga mamamayan ng napakamahal ngayong karne ng baboy, ay dahil hindi natin nasapulan yung ASF na yan na matagal ko nang sinasabi. Kung yan nagawa ng emergency use authorization, marami ng test na very effective, yung bakuna, hindi sana tayo inabot ng 50% na nawalang baboy at hindi sana napakamahal ng binibili ng ating mga pamilyang Pilipino. Mr. Chair.
okay. So, may I recognize Congressman Brosas? But, are you asking question?
Mr. Chair, interject ko lang yung tanong lang kasi baka may impediment doon sa ano yung impediment doon sa vaccine? Meron bang competition between sa mga vaccines na ito kaya nagkakaproblema na i-roll out natin? Ano specifically, Yusek, yung problema kung bakit hindi
Sino?
mailabas-labas? Kasi si Kong Briones was saying na May pa eh, di ba? So parang antagal masyado nung ganong...
Ang ibig sabihin niya, baka hindi linalabas yung permit kasi may hinihintay na vaccine.
Mr. Chair, ang ibinigay po kasi na permit po dito sa bakuna ang tawag po ay monitored release ng FDA. At kaakibat nitong monitored release na ito, kailangan ipakita natin sa bansa na nagana po itong bakunang ito. At ito ay gawa sa Vietnam at ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga kakaunting bansa na nagtatrial nito. At pinipilit po namin na makakuha ng data nga para mapadali po ang paglalabas po ng regular release po.
Yes, Yusek, but you have complied with it, no? Nakapag-comply na kayo. Kasi sinabi nyo nga kanina na kapag nagkaroon na kayo nag-release na kayo di ba? Ng ilang ano. At nakita nyo na effective. So what's keeping the permit doon na ma-release?
Kailangan po ako mag-submit ng robust data po Wala pa po. We are keeping all the data in dahil ang problema po, Mr. Chair, is that marami kasi mga anti-vaccine para ba nung COVID, yung mga walang magawa, puro anti.
Anti-vaxxers.
Marami anti-vax anti-vaxxers. Dito po sa ASF, marami po akong sinasalag ng mga anti-vaxxers mas magagaling pang veterinaryo kaysa sa akin Kaya we have to complete the data and we're gonna submit this to the FDA po.
So yun nga, may mga nagpe-petition din against tapos meron kayong kailangan na i-comply no robust data. Yun yung mga ngayon ay ilan sa mga hinaharap na balakid ng vaccine. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kinlaro ko lang.
Thank you. And I think the committee will in itself just have a study group for piggery or how do you call that? For hogs. So now everybody who has something to do with hogs can go home. And with chicken, only now we can go to corn.
Mr. Chair, one
yeah.
last thing for swine industry. Same with chicken. Our problem is technical smuggling. Other than too much importation, is technical smuggling. Yung reference value ng pork, yung pork belly, ang reference value is 1.33 cents dollars. And that's only, how much that? And then yung actual amount na naging basis ng tariff ng custom is only 1.55 cents. Ibig sabihin, napakababa, Mr. Chair. Ang pork belly, merong report na not less than $3, up to $4. So, meron akong kaibigan, Mr. Chair, na dati nag-i-import, dahil hindi makasabay sa ibang importer, dahil nga sila legal, through letter of credit, ngayon bumibili na lang sila sa importer, 250 pesos per kilo, yung liempo. So, dito makikita natin, 90 pesos ang per kilo ng liempo, Mr. Chair, sa record ng custom. Mukhang napakalayo sa katotohanan, Mr. Chair. Ito ang pumapatay sa livestock and poultry. Yung technical smuggling na misdeclaration, iba pa yung misdeclaration, opals, 5%, 30 pesos ang puhunan, while maaaring ang dumadating ibeli. Kaya ang livestock and poultry industry hindi na umasenso, Mr. Chair. At talagang marami ang nahihirapan. Darating ang araw, Mr. Chair, pag hindi natin naayos itong smuggling at na nangyayari, technical and outright smuggling, talagang wala tayong pag-asa, Mr. Chair. Walang pag-asang makatikim ng sapat na pagkain ang pamilyang Pilipino at wag na tayong umasa na magkaroon ng mura at di kalidad na pagkain ang pamilyang Pilipino, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, I think message received. Jet?
No, Mr. Chair, pakisagot.
Your Honor, we will submit our reference values and we're willing to work with this committee if there might be some adjustments that are needed. Anyway, I have here
Yes.
the complete references updated, and if there are any adjustments that are needed and we can find a basis for it, then we're willing to work with the committee, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I think we have made a sound suggestion last time as Comjet that for these food commodities, we should re-implement the pre-shipment inspection, both to ensure that valuation is correct, and of course, we want that Philippine government will not lose revenues from undervaluation. Kasi what Kong Nikki mentioned is talagang talamak yung smuggling and misdeclaration and undervaluation of these food items, of these agricultural imports. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
kasi parang laging paulit-ulit na lang yung sagot sa atin ng BOC. No? Yung mga importer, yan, magbibigay ng report. Etong mga smuggler, magbibigay ng report. Can we not invite the chief mismo ng BOC, si Rubio, para makasagot siya sa atin? Kasi parang paikot-ikot lang tayo eh. Alam na natin yung problema sa pagtaas ng mga presyo. whether it is rice, meat, or whatever, vegetable. Ang problema natin, Mr. Chair, yung mga binanggit ni Congressman Briones. So, pang ilang meeting na tayo, wala pa rin tayong nasosolve. No? Kaya baka pwedeng may gawin na tayo, Mr. Chair, doon sa, kasi paikot-ikot lang yung mga sagot. No? Kahit na yung state of emergency na sinasabi natin, mukhang walang state of emergency na nangyayari. Yung MSRP na sinasabi natin, wala. Mr. Chair, ilang hearing na po. Nag-aantay yung taong bayan dito sa Quinta Market tuloy. Dito sa Quinta Committee na meron na tayong gawin.
Yes,
Kaya,
the committee will coordinate with the Office of the Commissioner for his...
pwede po bang si Mr. Rubio na ang
Yes, we
imbitahin
will.
natin para may talagang direkta tayong
we will
mapapanagot.
coordinate with the Office
At saka po, si DA Secretary, kasi nandito
the
siya dati.
DA Secretary is abroad with permission. There's a letter here. Oh.
Kasi kasi kung paano natin ginawa yung sa onion, 'di ba?
Is in Atlanta, Georgia, for International Production and Processing Expo.
Kay Chair.
So we will consider that. Of
Yes,
course,
Mr.
that
Chair.
suggestion is very good.
Chair,
But first, I really have to sit down with Jet so we can run down across all various product lines.
Mr. Chair, have you discussed this matter, ASCOM, with the Commissioner? Open naman siya sa suggestion of a reinstatement of a pre-shipment inspection?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we've been advocating for that. It's just that in the new law, there's a provision there that allows us to get into a pre-shipment inspection regime. There were just guidelines that we waited for, and I think that those guidelines have already been issued. So maybe we would suggest that a technical working group on your level, Your Honor, be also formed so that we can work with that technical working group in drafting whatever acceptable guidelines you may have for the implementation of the pre-shipment inspection, specifically on agricultural
Dito na
products.
lang, wag na dun sa Ways and Means.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because I am outvoiced by Stella. So,
Mr. Chair, may invite tayong importers. Top 10 importers na...
yes, we did, sir. And individually, we asked for their documents, and those documents are with BIR and with AMLA. I am waiting for, I don't want to say make accusation that, of course.
So, can we not ask them?
We've been having them for the past 3, and this is the 6th meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4. We did not have the 5th last week. This is the 6th, Quinta.
No, Mr. Chair. Importers of meat.
Some meat. My goodness.
Top 10.
Jet, do you have a list of the top meat importers of meat?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
For the chicken, hogs, swine, and beef.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we were asked to produce also the top 20 importers for MDM, and I have here the data already, and I'll submit it, Your Honor.
Did we officially invite them? So the official, the committee. May I know if we've invited several top meat importers? Mr. Gabriel J. Ang, are you around? So we might have to issue a subpoena. Mr. David Yu Lee Ong, are you here, sir? Can you sit para you will be exempted from a subpoena? Mr. Emmanuel Yu Lee. Miss Anne Margaret E. Lee, Miss Nanit Teresa Mantalaba, Mr. Adrino S. Garcia, Mr. Lord L. Kaso matatagalan yung rice pag... Mr. Jeric P. Manaloto, Mr. Lord Einer Upagay, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Nathaniel Caballero, Mr. Demetrio T. Asilo. Sino po? Gabriel
Atkins, Import and Exports Resources. Number one importers ng pork meat, even sa chicken meat.
Is Atkins represented today? Yeah, he's here. You have any questions, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, before probably we go to the importers, may I just briefly seek clarification sa program ng DA lang, with indulgence of Kong Mickey. Tinanong ko kasi kay Chair Ferge, what is the policy of DA now in terms of indemnification? Anyone from BAI? ASEC Palabrica or si Director Sevilla? Anong policy po ninyo ngayon pagka namatayan, magkano pong binibigay po sa mga per head sa magbababoy?
Mr. Chair, inakyat na po ng ating butihing kalihim Chu Laurel. Dati po ay nasa 4,000. Ngayon po ay nasa 8,000. At kapag ka po inahin, ang namatay ay ito po ay 12,000 po.
Kamusta po yung yung payout po natin? Kasi kami po sa Quezon, tinamaan po kami, portion lang ho. Baka ho 10% pa lang ang nababayaran. And correct me if I'm wrong, ASEC, chargeable po ito sa QRF po? O may separate fund po kayong ginagamit po para sa indemnification?
Ito po ay charge sa QRF po. At naintindihan ko po yung inyong pahiwatig na napakabagal ng pagbibigay ng indemnification. Kaya po meron na kaming inaayos ngayon na para mapabilis. Dati kasi umaakyat pa sa Department of Agriculture. Ang inaayos namin ngayon ay ibaba na ang pondo sa Bureau of Animal Industry para doon pa lamang sa level ng Bureau of Animal Industry maibigay na namin yung pera. At ma-target man lang namin na 30 to 45 days ay maibigay ang pera sapagkat kung tutuusin yung sa Quezon, palagay ko meron na mga 6 na buwan o matagal na po bago nabigyan.
Oh, thank you, ASEC. Umaasa po kami dun sa pronouncement po ninyo. Sana po mabilis po yung pag-download at saka yung sistema po ninyo.
Asahan nyo po na bibilisan po natin.
Salamat po. Thank you, ASEC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So everybody can work. We are discharging the DTI because she has a board meeting. The DOST because nobody asked questions. And DOJ, and DSWD, and that's about it. Pasensya ka na PSA, you will be with me for until we finish our report.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Congressman Imano requested for the presence of the representatives from BFAR, so they're here today. So
Okay.
I think we'll have some questions for them later on. Thank you.
May I now go to court. The livestock is hereby discharged. You have a question?
I thought I will ask one of the importers.
One of the importers. Atkins, you're with, sir? What's your name? Position in the company? Are you a lawyer?
Hindi po, sir. I'm
Ikaw?
Mike Gamora. I'm from Atkins Import and Export. So I'm the CFO, Chief Finance Officer
Okay.
of the company.
What do you import?
We import pork.
Pork.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I think it's in your jurisdiction.
Mr. Chair, they are importing pork, number one.
Pork, chicken, beef.
Opals, mechanically deboned meat.
Yeah.
Not only pork. So,
Pork, chicken, beef po, Kong.
ayan. Okay.
You have questions?
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang ma-educate ng mga importers. Una, Mr. Chair, sa pork, ano po yung pinakamarami ninyong ini-import pagdating sa pork? Sa pork cuts, pork belly, pork ham?
For the pork, Mr. Chair, we import pork jowls. We also import ham leg for processors, and also we import other staple pork cuts such as ham leg, shoulders.
And pork belly?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Saan pong bansa kayo nag-import? Yung pinakamalaking pinanggagalingan na ini-import yung
Currently, we import from Brazil. That was transitioned from Europe to now with Brazil.
meron kayong particular supplier or company na kinukuhanan ng pork sa Brazil?
Yes, Your Honor. We import from Brazil. We import from a lot of exporter, but we have a few majority exporter. I mean supplier, which are their top Brazil's top exporting company.
So, isang specific company lang, Mr. Chair, na pinakamalaking yung pinagkukuhan.
JBS Group. JBS.
DBS.
JBS, yes sir. They are the world largest pork producer, which they supply to 6 continents.
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chair, sa Atkins, magkano ninyo binibili sa Brazil ang pork belly?
As of right now, because it's the price changed daily, so
belly.
Yes, I'll just confirm the price right now of belly.
Do you have the price?
As of right now, sir, I'll refer to our supplier. I'll ask the daily belly price today. If you could give me a few minutes.
Okay. Paano kayo nag-import? Telegraphic transfer or letter of credit?
For the company, we use letter of credit, so we use bank's facility.
All your importation through letter of credit?
Yes, sir.
So, pwede ba, Mr. Chair, doon sa GBS, yung company, considering na hindi niyo pa masabi kung ano yung presyo, pwede ba, Mr. Chair, mag-submit siya ng original na receipt coming from GBS kung magkano ang kuha niya ng pork belly, and also with the corresponding letter of credit na ginamit nyo sa importation, Mr. Chair. Can you submit
We will
original receipt on how much talaga yung inyong pagkakabili doon sa GBS at taka yung inyong letter of credit na ginamit, pwedeng pakisubmit dito sa
for the
committee,
GBS
Mr. Chair?
side, Your Honor, I cannot speak for them. If they can give us a copy of the transaction sent by the bank to them, But
Definitely, pag nagbayad kayo, kukuha kayo ng receipt coming from your exporter.
I think, Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yeah.
I think Kong Niki, no, Mr. Atkins, is requesting for your commercial invoice and your letter of credit and the corresponding BOC payment for the dutiable value. I think that's the most important documents that are needed by Congressman Briones. Can you provide? Because that's internal to you.
if yes, sir. If that's the case, we'll provide, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sino po ang inyong broker?
We have our in-house broker.
Can you give the name of your broker, Mr. Chair?
Our broker, we have, our own broker is Trident Supply Chain Solution. It's a company-owned broker. And at the same time, we have other broker, which is serving us.
Yeah, can you submit the name of your broker, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. We'll submit po, sir, with it's it's within the BOC data. In the BOC declaration, our broker. So we'll submit, Your Honor.
Ba importer, traders, or meat processor?
We are a meat importer, Your Honor.
So traders kayo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Saan ninyo dinadala yung mechanically deboned meat na inyong ini-import?
For the MDM, Your Honor, we sell it to small processors. At the same time, these small processors, these are the company that cannot import on their own, and they don't have, because they don't have the, the capital requirements for them to import. So we're the one that imports for them, and we sell it to them. And at the same time, we also sell to some of the big processors. We serve as a buffer sometimes of their raw mats, especially when their importation does not align with their timing of production.
Yeah, itong 5,585,000 kilos na mechanically deboned meat, supposed to be, ang nag-i-import talaga lang dito ay mga meat processors. Sila lang ang talagang nangangailangan dito. So, pwede ba magkaroon ka ng listahan ng lahat ng pinag-supplyan mo nitong 5,585,000 kilos na mechanically deboned meat?
We can provide, Your Honor, the list of our suppliers, or sorry, our clients, where that 5 million kilos went to.
This is between January to October.
Yes, sir. We can provide the list to whom we sold those amount.
Okay. Pagdating naman sa opals, Mr. Chair, ang Atkins ay number 1 pagdating sa opals. Ito yung 5% ang tariff at napakababa ng value. 78,607,000 kilos. Pag sinabing opals, ano ang pinakamalaking klase ng opals ang ini-import nyo, Mr. Chair?
In terms of offals, we sell a lot of jowls. joules because with the yeah, it's a cheaper joules is a cheaper alternative for a protein requirement of every Filipino. So it can be used for sisig, lechon kawali. I mean those things. It's a staple pork or staple source of nutrients from pork.
Ano yung joules? Yung mukha?
Sir, ito po sir yung joules.
Oh.
From here. So, karamihan na sisig, mostly it's a joules.
Between, yeah, paki-explain niya nung joules. Between, yung buong leg,
Dito po, from here to hanggang dito sa may neck na konti. So, it's
kaya
batok.
talaga nahihirapan ng pork producers, Mr. Chair. Ano yan eh, dito, siguro ngayon, nasa 320 pesos per kilo. Yung part na yan. Pero magkano ninyo kinukuha yung joules? In dollars?
Kailangan bumalik ng rice.
For the joules, it's kasi in other countries, ang tawag nila dito, tapon nila sir eh. So
Basura.
walang mura talaga sir yung joules.
So, magkano?
I'm not into specific kasi there's a other department that handles the purchasing, Your Honor. Eh. So,
Pwede ba, Mr. Chair, lahat ng ini-import nila, joules, MDM, Bailey, or mag-submit sila ng price?
Yes, Congressman Nikki. Mr. Atkins, tatanong lang, yung qualification and itemized declaration ninyo sa entry ninyo, is it in accordance to your commercial invoice na lahat ng parte na itemize doon ng declaration?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright, so we can request for one commercial invoice where kompleto yung packing list at saka lahat ng mga items ninyo. Thank you.
Can you submit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair. Considering that we have no
I think he's answering
invoice or something,
everything.
so that we can compare with the custom.
Yes. Jet, we will be trying to get from you, but the Kita Committee, the 5 committees are, of course, natutuwa kami na nandito po yung out of only 1, 2, 3 did not appear. So Atkins is here, Mr. Gabriel Ang, Emmanuel Lee, Anne-Maret Lee, Mantalabas not here, Godspeed. So wala na siyang Godspeed na lang. So Mr. Adrino Garcia, Maxi Serve, Mr. Lord Amer Pagay of Sabelstian Corporation is not here. Jeric Manaloto is here. Sanjeev Kumar is here. Mr. Nathaniel C. Caballero is here. DEA Meat Trading is not here. So 4 are not here out of the 12 and Premier Food Choice International Corporation. I think what we'll do, Jet, is just for you to give us, kunin na lang namin yung mga importation documents. Can you give this list? Paki-Xerox lang. Pero pati yung wala dito, Jet. But we will subpoena them for the next. Paki-Xerox. Okay, so may I dismiss upon her request because she has to see the President?
Your Honor, well, the Bai and I think I'm also familiar with him. I think Mr. Adrian Garcia of Maxi Service here.
Yes.
He's present today, Your Honor.
I think it's better if we just look at the documents.
Okay, yes. Okay.
As you could see, parang we have to go through all the minor details.
Then we will just submit, Your Honor.
We can just input them, see whether there's a pattern, whether there's differential. We can do more quantitative analysis. So I think that is the proper, and then if there are differential, that's the time we'll see them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bakit? Tinatamad ka na mag-Xerox?
No, Your Honor, I was just informed that one of those who were...
Oh, thank you. We are thanking you for your presence. But I think the appropriate way to deal with this, to get into the real situation is to look at the documents, especially the official documents of the Bureau of Customs. May commercial invoice ba yun, Jet?
Yes, Your Honor. The commercial invoice is the one that we used as the basis for the transaction value.
Okay. So, it's there. So, fine. So, ayaw naman namin sayangin po at wala naman, this is not a witch hunting. We just wanted to establish, to make sure that food security, because this really Murang Pagkain, we are trying to, as much as possible, to see whether there are structural rigidities or there are outright violations of law that prevent prices from stabilizing at their appropriate levels. So creating hunger as well as mass poverty. So at this point, we are exempting Bebang. You can go. But as proof, I need a picture of you and the President. And the BIR can also go. Where's the BIR? Can you stand up? You can go. But I think we have a list of documents. Hindi pa naman kayo tapos, no? So when do we expect to see those documents with respect to the top 10 rice importers? Hindi naman namin hihingin yung ano, kasi I know the data privacy. What just wanted is if they are paying their... So, i-code mo lang as company A, B, C, D, E. Okay? With no names. Para
Okay,
you don't
Your Honor.
violate the law. Yeah?
We are currently conducting the investigation, Your...
Oh, thank you. That's enough for me.
Okay. Thank you, Your...
So, any further question? I think the piggery, everybody that has to deal with livestock, the LPD, yung beef ba nandito? Is there any here that's president of any beef association? Jet, ano yung proportion ng beef? Because it's mostly imported. Ilang kilos ba yan? Bai?
Yeah, Bai would have the more accurate figure, Your Honor.
Kahapon naman kausap ko si Joby. Sinabi niya na, sabi ni Jet, instruction niya,
Mr. Chair, as of December 2024, our importation for beef is 203,898 metric tons.
So, 200 million
Yeah, kilograms.
kilos. So, walang sinabi sa 1.2 million kilos ng baboy. 500,000 domestic, 700,000 imported. And the chicken, ilan nga yun? Naku. Yan ang problema pag pinapauwi agad. Ilan yun? 500, no? 500,000 import, 500,000. So, wala masyadong kumakain pala ng Carne Norte. So, nobody here from beef? So, if you will have problems, then we will not be there to answer for you. Or if you have any... ikaw naman? So, you also
I'm
with...
sorry, sir, but I have to correct Bai there. There is no parity between the imported volume and the volume of production. The imports, at least the non-MDM, is about maybe 20%. There is no parity. that is to say that there is parity is dangerous for the sector.
Di naman, it's my fault. I'm just trying to establish what is the universe of meat products.
Yes, sir, but the statement that
When you say MDM, you mean the poultry?
the mechanically when we consider kasi sir the imports para naman apple to apple, we exclude the MDM kasi for processing yung durog naman yun eh. Basta walang technical smuggling okay. Pero ang problema when you take into consideration just the real meat, meaning pwede mong iprito, pwede mong i-barbecue, that's about 230 to 250 million kilos only yung imports. The problem is when it is marketed, it is concentrated in a few areas only where it is profitable, whereas production is distributed all over the archipelago.
So out of the 472,000 imported, which includes all,
MDM is about 228 if I remember correctly, Your Honor.
So,
240
in other
million
words,
kilos.
does it bloat the universe for for chicken,
In terms of
or makes it smaller?
if you exclude MDM, it will be smaller, Your Honor.
Yeah, but if you include it, it's not.
malaki rin,
What is
Your
the
Honor, but-
parity?
The reason why I intervened, Your Honor, was the statement earlier that there was parity. By citing data 472, 472, perhaps
Hindi,
BAI can help all
Ako
of
yung
us.
nag-add nung tatlo, sir, kasi.
Perhaps, sir, with your permission, BAI can help us if they can seek clarity with the sector and with person, because I understand that Director Sevilla is relatively new. Perhaps she can call her Bureau of Better Data.
Okay.
Because if I were not present or delikado ho sa amin yun eh.
Okay.
Delikado ho sa amin. I'm sorry sir if I am being very cautious, but dalan-dala na ho kami eh pagdating sa data.
Wag kang
Nabibira kami.
Okay,
Pasensya na, sir.
PSA, you are the arbiter of all data problems. So, how many imported chicken did we have in 2024? In tons or in kilos? All three types. CLQ, breasts, and offals.
Mr. Chair, for chicken, January to December 2024, 477 million gross kilogram, or 477,000
That
metric
includes
tons.
MDM.
This is overall, Mr. Chair.
So baka magalit sa atin So virtually the numbers are conniving.
Yes sir. That's the importation, 472.
Yeah.
But in terms of production, there was a statement that it was more or less in parity.
Yes.
That is where I object.
So the domestic production is smaller?
It's bigger.
Ah.
80% of supply, probably more.
What is the domestic production of chicken by PSA?
Mr. Chair, local production for chicken, annual 2024, 2,080,254
Tama ka.
metric tons, live weight.
Ewan, baka naman may nagkamali lang sa pagsalita ng parity.
Yes.
Ikaw ba nagsabi, Sibilya?
Mr. Chair, for the local production po, without importation, it's 2,250, 2.2
Million.
2.2 million metric tons.
2.2 million metric tons ka ba? O
2.1 sa amin, Mr. Chair.
metric tons?
Opo. 2,080,254 metric tons live weight.
Okay, so that's a very minimal difference. Thank you for the So
Sir, thank you for being patient
So
with
we're
me.
eating 2.6 million chicken a year, this country. Now let's go to corn. Anybody from corn who wish to make a statement of problem, a statement, your situationer, your problems, and what do you want from DA? If DA is...
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Jojo, ikaw ba?
Yes, sir.
It's a matter of he is my cousin, so...
Honorable members of the committee, Mr. Chair, good afternoon po sa inyo lahat. I'm Romualdo Elvira Jr. I'm representing National Sectoral Committee on Corn and Other Feed Crops and Field Maize Federation Incorporated. Since July last year po, ang price ng corn dive hanggang 12 pesos per kilo.
Nag-dive.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, sir, pwede po makiusap po na lumapit
Okay.
lang po sa mic para mas malakas. Thank you, sir.
So bumaba po siya ng hanggang 12 pesos per kilo since last year. And ayaw na po namin mangyari ito ngayong taon.
Magkano ba siya ngayon?
We had a meeting with the NFA and we requested po na bumili sila ng 17 pesos per kilo clean and dry grains at about 800,000 metric tons for 1 year para masuportahan po natin
What
yung
is the
ating
total industry production?
The local production po is about 6 million metric tons per year. And ang importation po ang requirement po natin is about 10 million metric tons per year.
So do you import 4 million?
Yeah, we import po last year 500,000 metric tons, but we imported also feed wheat, about 1.3 million metric tons.
So paano magiging 10 million?
Yung requirement po natin is 10 million. Sa feeds lang po yun. And yung ibang requirement is for seeds, for feed grade.
Yeah, basically
And,
others.
This year, since mababa po ang demand, bumaba po yung presyo, ang nakikita po namin solution is to build our surplus ngayong taon. Kailangan bumili tayo ng mas maraming mais para during the recovery period na gagawin po ng swine
Ano yung
industry.
shelf life ng corn?
Kung nasa silo po siya at controlled yung environment, about 6 months. If we could build our supply during these lean months, during the recovery period, marami tayong stock. And maybe we could stabilize po doon yung price and supply ng corn. So we need to support yung ating pong mga corn growers ngayon by providing them subsidies sa corn seeds and fertilizer.
Okay, who is in charge of corn in DA?
Director De Los Reyes.
Director?
Milo. Director Milo.
Your Honor, Milo de los Reyes po,
So-
of the National Corn Program.
Well, yeah, sir. Yeah.
Actually po, we support po the
corn industry.
the corn industry and the clamor of the pil mais. And tama po yung sinabi po na kailangan pong matulungan ang corn farmers, lalo na po dun sa procurement po ng NFA. Actually, meron na po kaming initial talks with NFA. And ang problema na lang po nila is yung pera kung saan kukunin yung pambili ng
Rice nga, wala na.
ng corn. But they are also supporting po the ang tawag di po, yung clamor na talaga pong bibili dapat. Actually, nung panahon pa po ni Pangulong Marcos, yung ama, ay talagang yun naman po ang mandate talaga ng NFA na manimili ng palay at mais. Hindi lang po dilaw, pati puti po, bumibili ang NFA. So we are supporting po the statement po made by the Mr. Jojo Elvira.
Nasa mandate mo pa ba ang corn? Hindi inalis? It was not repealed?
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Kasama pa rin po.
May mais ka ba kahit 1 kilo ngayon?
Sa ngayon po wala. Kasi wala pong pondo.
uunahin mo yung tao kaysa, okay. So, ano yung suporta mo sa corn sector?
Sa ngayon po, we are providing seeds, fertilizer, and post-harvest facility
Magkano
equipment.
yan?
Ang budget po namin ngayon is only 5.3 billion approved by the GAA. Pero maliit po eh. Maliit po yung 5.3 billion.
So you're providing 7 pesos per kilo as subsidy?
Hindi lang po. Yung,
Yeah, you divide it.
Ako ang i-divide po.
7 million divided by 2.
Actually po, ang total corn area natin sa yellow is 1.5 billion.
Ilan?
1.5 million hectares. Sa white naman, mga 1 million hectares din po. Mga 2.5 million in
Yung white
total
bag,
po.
ginagamit din sa feeds?
Hindi po. Ito po yung pagkain po ng ating mga kababayan ng mga Cebuano sa Visayas and Mindanao. Yung white corn. Pero yung iba rin po, ginagawang mga chicha corn. So, marami rin pong gamit yung white corn. But definitely, ito po yung pagkain po ng Mindanao and Visayas. Yun po ang staple nila. Ang yellow is for feeds po naman.
Before I proceed, PSA, what is the price trend of corn?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
The price trend for corn.
Price trend.
Wala siya sa index, no?
We have inflation for corn, Mr. Chair.
It's okay, so that's better.
For the price, as mentioned earlier, we have 60.06 pesos per kilo retail price for whole corn on the cob white. And then 18.02 pesos per kilo wholesale price for corn green white and 13.61 peso per kilo farm gate price. This is again for white corn.
Kailan yan? December?
December 2024, Mr.
So,
Chair.
Jojo, 13 pa rin daw yung farm gate price?
Yeah, mababa. Masyado pong mababa, Mr. Chair. Kasi ang production cost na namin sa yellow is about 12 pesos 70 centavos. Sa white, kung magtatanim kami ng white, yung nagtatanim po ng white, mababa ang cost niya because hindi niya nilalagyan ng
Meron ka ba
enough.
dyan for yellow corn?
Yes, Mr. Chair, for yellow corn matured December 2024, the farm gate price is 12.53 pesos per kilogram.
Lalong bumaba.
Yes.
So basically, that shows that there is rice. Rice is expensive. So, that's why white corn is more expensive than yellow corn.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may add, meron po kaming recommendation that we use 30% corn and 70% rice, corn blend. It could lessen 30% of rice consumption. We're just looking at the possibility po.